process brief to do a job which is to present the evidence, information before this committee connected or related to the terms of reference. I think we've tried our best to do so. Some of the constraints we've had have been pointed out variously by members of this committee. Nothing that I have put to General Phahlane or any other witness have come from me because of some personal view or bias that I have. Fortunately, 40 years of practice has made me develop a thick skin. So I will take what General Phahlane say in my stride, because he's angry, he's frustrated. Nothing I've put before him today comes from me personally. The Labour Appeal Court judgment speaks for itself. The forensic reports speak for themselves. No one is mentioned in those reports in the judgment. There's no mention of a McBride or a O'Sullivan or an RNC SC, nothing. Yeah. So from that point of view, it's quite disappointing. I started off by saying we can be very quick. Just acknowledge that you are facing these charges.
Let's not repeat that. Do you accept the point that he has retracted the statement?
Well, it lacks complete sincerity. I don't know. You turn around, you look at your counsel, because I mean, that's the irony. I get on very, very well with his lawyers, with both his instructing attorney and his counsel. We've been working together since December last year. So I just don't know where this animosity comes from.
Let me hear what the members are saying. Honorable Kolabanat, Honorable Nhlanhla, Honorable Skosan.
Thank you, Chair. As you are well aware, Chair, for us as members of Parliament, we will never give a qualified withdrawal, ever. And that was a qualified withdrawal as though he was doing us a favour to let us move on with the matter. That, as I agree with the advocate, he's delayed immeasurably. So no, I don't accept that at all. And I believe he thinks that's what the situation is. How dare we? Because we're all part of some bizarre criminal cabal.
Honorable Nhlanhla.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I think this is a matter we need to take serious. Very, very serious. We have, through the systems of Parliament, appointed a senior counsel to run the affairs of this committee. And to receive serious allegations like what Honorable Phahlane is saying needs to be taken very serious. Two issues that I've taken out from what he said is that the senior counsel is not representing Parliament, but there are certain people he's representing. And further to that, he insinuates that the senior counsel is part of a cabal. And that's an indictment to the work of Parliament. It's something that we need to take very serious. And we would like to implore, even if it's in writing, Chair, General Phahlane to substantiate these allegations that he has made here on record under oath. Something that we can't just let pass. So that when we conclude the business of this committee, we know that were we representing the people of South Africa or we're representing a cabal. Because if the accusation against the senior counsel, the evidence leader of the Ad Hoc Committee, is that is representing a cabal, then it means we're a cabal. Now, it's something that we need to take serious. If we are to believe that we're still on the right track in doing the work of the people of South Africa. So, there must be a substantiation of those allegations sent to us, even if it's in writing, Chair. Two, I agree fully with Honorable Kolabanat General Phahlane must either withdraw the statement or blatantly refuse to withdraw. To withdraw on the basis of progress is not withdrawal. So we don't accept that withdrawal as well. It's conditional that because he wants us to proceed, he's retracting. So he's not unconditionally retracting the statements he made in this parliament. So we don't accept. If the senior council accepts the retraction, we don't accept that retraction. It's either he retracts the statement completely, but we still need substantiation, or he just blatantly refuse to retract that statement. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Skosana.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to find out, Chair, because if I heard the witness well here, General Phahlane, is that there's a forensic investigation report which was put somewhere in the table. My question is it for the first time he's seeing that report now as we are sitting here? And if so, why? Is it an ambush? Or, because we don't want to be like we are biased to anyone. Like what happened earlier, voices as well, sometimes they get suspended in a way. But we have to be very unbiased here and make sure that whatever happens, the witness should not feel like we are a kangaroo court. We are not a kangaroo court. Now, those documents which the general was saying, they just put them there. We must find the truth about those documents, whether they were given now as he's sitting there, or those documents were given a day before. And if they were given a day before, obviously, I think his legal team or himself will have perused those documents. But if it's been given now, they're in here, then we have a problem, Chair, as well. Thank you, Chair.
Did you get the documents, General?
Chair, must I deal only with the documents or with the other remark?
We will come later to it.
Chair, these documents were placed here now. I find them, they find me here. This is similar what happened in the previous appearance. You will recall somewhere I made reference to documents that were given just as we were about to enter. It was a file. Now, that file, I even did not carry it with me home. Both the file that was prepared by the evidence leaders and that which they called supplementary or whatever, I don't know, I handed them back. I did not take them with. Thirdly, the very same senior counsel said to me, or said at least to us, that they will forward documents to us following our previous appearance. To date, nothing of that nature has happened. But the answer is simple. Now, I'm just referring to this. They were placed here. They found me here.
They were not. They were not referred to you.
Sorry, Chair.
Before you came here, was there no reference that was made to those documents?
No.
So you say that when we greeted you this afternoon, you did not know that documents like those were going to feature in these proceedings.
Chair, when you greeted me, these documents were not here. She actually came. She was going around placing documents while I was busy dealing with things, and she placed them here. So they came in the middle of the session. I did not have them when I sat here, or at least when we started.
Okay.
Just as regards the forensic reports, they were in the exhibit bundle when General Phahlane last appeared. When was it? On the 16th of January. I made it available today just so that it could be highlighted, but it's not a new document.
Or they were part of the
They were part of the exhibit bundle
exhibit bundle.
the last time. Obviously, we never made reference to it because we never got to that point. His evidence stood over. The Labour Appeal Court judgment is obviously a judgment that came out recently and which General Phahlane himself has alluded to and attached. The charge sheets in the specialized commercial crime court and the High Court of Gauteng, that I sent to my colleague Advocate Simanga in a WhatsApp, both charges. I'll find it and I'll show you. So and that's a while ago. Thank you.
Okay.
Chair, can I just place on the record, I, like many members on this committee who commented about Mr. McBride when he first appeared and his role in the struggle and all that, I had never met him until we interviewed him for the first time. I don't know him at all. Similarly with Mr. O'Sullivan, we consulted with him online, and of course I had great difficulty in persuading him to come here to testify in person. And when he came here in person, when you saw him for the first time, that is when I saw him for the first time. And I think I've got a record in the legal profession of fighting for human rights and transformation. If I were dead, I'd be turning in my grave to hear that I'm in a cabal with Paul O'Sullivan. So it's just outrageous to make those comments, and I'm just disappointed in General Phahlane. We should know
We're
better.
still coming to that point. Honorable Nombal, welcome, Honorable Slepe and Honorable Temba. Oh, thank you so much, Honorable Temba. Welcome. Honorable Nombal.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. Chair, we've been observing from day one when General Phahlane appeared before this committee. Well, I'm not encouraging the remarks he has made. I think they are unfortunate. And when a witness has withdrawn unconditionally, maybe the only thing he needs to do is to correct the statement he has made. He must withdraw unconditionally. But when he has withdrawn unconditionally, there is no need for us to take the matter further, because you have already played a responsibility as a chair of guiding a witness to say, this is unfortunate, we are giving you an opportunity to withdraw. Witnesses always make mistakes because that seat is very hot, Chair. Out of frustration and anger, they commit mistakes. So there is absolutely no need, unless he insists that what he is saying, what he has just said is his position, and he's insisting is not going to change. Then we can take it further. But to pursue it after he has withdrawn, I think, Chair, that would be unfortunate. And lastly, Chair, because we don't want to be accused of having been part of a process which was not partial and which was not objective. If the witness is in possession of an information which suggests that the proposition that he has made against the senior counsel, he must be given an opportunity to voluntarily tender that information before the committee, so that we do not sit with a person here who does not enjoy his right as a witness on the basis that the evidence is being led by a person who has a predetermined position. So I think we must afford him that opportunity, because if really what he's saying is anything to go by, the senior counsel was supposed to recuse himself from the word go. So I'm saying let's not be too harsh to the witness, Chairperson. I think what he has said it out of frustration and anger, he must just correct the statement he has made. He must withdraw unconditionally. He must not say for the sake of progress. Thank you.
General Phahlane.
Chair, I
No,
unconditional.
Maybe before you say what you want to say, let me hear Honorable Matthias.
You think you can leave EFF and continue? Thank you, Chair. Chair, it must be noted here that it appears that our response as members of parliament to witnesses is not equal. We don't have the same energy that we've had. For example, just now, there are some members here in this parliament, some of them were even witnesses, did not even have a reaction to that Paul O'Sullivan the whole time he's been disrespecting us. Then there are some members here that did not have this heightened sense of justice with Paul O'Sullivan. And then here we are. It's not the first time that even us as members of parliament have had to call out the evidence leader. And I think the approach that we should have taken rather, outside of calling out our witness, was also to reassure the witness that ultimately it's not the evidence leader that is going to make findings. It's going to be us as members of parliament. But we cannot just protect the evidence leaders on all account when we ourselves have many times have had to ask him or have had to intervene on how he's been interviewing witnesses. It's not the first time that that has happened. So for us to just come out guns blazing in protection of something that we've experienced, and if we go back to the records, we can see that it's not right. So let's also be fair to our witnesses. Yes, he must withdraw, Mr. Phahlane must withdraw, but we must not do it on an unfair basis, and we must have the same energy with everybody here, because we're also exposing our side when we are not consistent on how we address members. Thank you, Chair.
Mkhwanazi.
No, thanks, Chair. I think Honorable Matthias is right. I've raised this frustration before, and I'm not a witness before you. I'm a member. But the way the evidence leader has been going on, I'm trying to even make sense of which evidence is he leading real. I'm confused sitting here. So you can understand for a witness to be, if I'm confused, what's happening to a witness? So he said wrong things out of what we are all experiencing for 2 hours. And he's being told to respond in a minute. A remark that has been made for 10 minutes. In a minute, he must respond to it. And there's no in-between that tries to save the witness. You're not to sit here and to have white colleagues protecting white witnesses and coming to treat black witnesses the way they are doing. It's unfair. It's not like we're not observing it. Even when they are correct, we're unable to support them because they didn't have the same energy when a white witness was before us here. We shouldn't do that. The witness is frustrated. He has withdrawn. He made a qualifying withdrawal. We're saying he must withdraw unconditionally, which he's going to do. But please, let's not act as if we are all comfortable with the evidence leader. I mean, when it comes to General Phahlane, he has been taking a completely different approach. I don't know what is his interest really. A completely different approach. If you listen to the two advocates and how we flow when they lead evidence and how the evidence leader comes and turn the whole thing upside down, it's really frustrating. And she's correct, Honorable Matthias. General Phahlane is not the first one to raise a frustration about the evidence leader. He's our evidence leader. He's expressing a frustration. He might have used the wrong words. But at the end of everything, as he says, I'm being frustrated here because I don't know what I'm dealing with. So we are appealing that a withdrawal must be made unconditionally. And that General Phahlane is too senior to know that he must have the necessary temperament when he deals with matters of this nature. That at times you will be provoked to stretch your limit so that you can be projected as an unreasonable person. And at that level, at all material times, you act with restraint. And that's what we expected of a general. Thanks, Chair.
Chair, I unconditionally withdraw the comment and apologize to the honorable members of this House. Thank you, Chair.
Profusely apologize to the honorable members of this House and the senior counsel.
I unconditionally withdraw and apologize to the honorable members of this committee and the evidence leader.
Thank you so much, General Phahlane. We are going to do this. And thanks very much for that apology. Honorable members, there have been lapses on the part of the evidence leader and the witness. And these lapses are not lapses that we observe today. From the first day when the witness came before us, there have been lapses that members have observed and spoken out against those lapses. And you might have seen that even when we started today, we had to manage the similar intentions between the parties until at least we reach a point where the presentation of evidence has been concluded. It has not been a good day to us because our bubble always bested in the last minute of when we were still in, we had a moment here with Mr. Paul O'Sullivan and the bubble just busted suddenly. And now when General Phahlane and evidence leader were supposed to be making their last statements, the bubble busted again. We accept that no human being is infallible. We are liable to make mistakes, and we accept the unconditional apology that you have made here, General Phahlane. When you find yourself in a situation where you feel like you are being suffocated and you are crying out for help and it does not seem to be coming, you may end up kicking with your legs. And when you kick with your legs, you may end up hating even the unintended or things that you happen inadvertently. So we accept that. And senior counsel, when we are in moments like this, you know, I always say that you don't become a bad player because you considered an own goal. Or you don't become a bad striker because you missed a penalty. There are many moments where supporters of your team celebrated victories that were achieved because of your commitment to the team. We were moving towards the finishing line, and we have done tremendously well as a committee. There will be those moments where we go through upsets and and we must accept that and dust ourselves and move forward. The last point that I want to make is to, on behalf of this committee and the institution of Parliament, apologize to those people, evidence leader and General Phahlane, whose names might have been mentioned here, because we do not know what inconvenience can be caused on their part. So we must profusely apologize to them, and for them to also know that the statement has been unconditionally withdrawn and is not read into the records of these proceedings. Honorable members, it's now a 16-hour. Honorable Noval.
No clarity, Chair. The legal team has promised to consult, I don't know with who, and come back to us with a response in relation to an incident that has occurred a short while ago, the Paul O'Sullivan matter. So how far is that consultation? Are they still consulting? Because we want to be given an answer today so that we can advise on the way forward.
Chairperson, I thought before we took our lunch, I had said that there are certain people that I need to consult first before I advise the committee. One of them, for instance, is Advocate Arendse, who has been interacting with the witness. We just want to get the facts right, Chairperson, before we give the advice. And we can give the committee something no later than tomorrow in writing.
Okay. Honorable Matthews.
Chair, that can't be a reason, because this is something that is big. A man just walked out here and it's contempt. And this committee, number one, is not taking it serious, because if the legal team needed to consult, they should have came to you and made arrangements, so whatever information they needed, they got it immediately, so we can act immediately. We represent the people of the country here. So it's now the people of this country must go and do a citizen's arrest, because the people that we represent here in Parliament can't even do something as basic as a legal opinion and get information in a short period of time. And if we were serious, whoever needed to be sat down at a table, they should have been sat down already. If I was the speaker, if the EFF was the speaker, I can tell you now we would have summoned everybody, because no one should come here and disrespect our house and then we go on as if nothing else has happened. So that excuses the reasoning that we have to be waiting for Senior Counsel Arendse before we can do a legal opinion. It shouldn't be something that is acceptable. It should have been done already, Chair. Now we must be waiting until tomorrow. A man walked out of Parliament, and we are waiting until tomorrow. He has a private jet. He's got passports from all different countries. We don't know whether he's a spy or he's not a spy. We don't know. But we must wait until tomorrow just to find out what our recourse is for contempt of Parliament. It's not acceptable.
Honorable James.
Thank you so much, Chair. Chair, I fail to understand why consultation is needed. Maybe consult on what? Because the entire country saw what happened here today. The entire country has been watching how Mr. Paul O'Sullivan has been undermining the work of this committee since day one, before he even appeared before us, sending us threats, calling us names. What are we going to consult about at this point? On social media and all over, people are calling us what? Dogs without teeth and all sorts of names. And we are allowing this to happen. Right now, the country isn't even interested. No one's even interested in listening to any other witnesses. People are sending me messages saying, what is happening? Why are you guys so quiet on the O'Sullivan matter? That man is definitely on a plane out of the country. It is something that we need to respond to South Africans, to give them the confidence that we are acting in their best interest. And I think this matter must be prioritized. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Shongwe.
Ngiyabonga Hlalo. Che, I think I echo into ekhulunywa ama members. Che, sidelelwe la. Sidelelwe ngendlela esimanga futhi akadelelanga thina udelela izwe lethu. Lela athi uyalithanda. Awukwazi ke che uthi uSoloven uthi izwe uyalithanda bese ungalihloniphi. Ngiyacela che, ngicela ukuthi usebenzise amandla ukuthi ukhiphe le summon. Sesoxoxa later i-legal team mayibuya. Sizawuya naye ecourt sixoxe into. Akuphumele lesi siqondiso namhlanje che. Ukuze kusasa ekseni uma engenza akhiphe indize ezomkhipha kuleli izwe leli. Kuthathwe leyo passport ahlale la silinde sikufuna ukukhuluma naye. Futhi eze la sokhuluma naye 4 days asafuni 1 day che because nezinto emela iphendule. Okubalekile che ukuthi uma sizokuvumela lokukwenzeka without taking isiqondiso immediately sisetha into esingeke size siyikhona and simfundisa ukuthi akabone ukuthi yena uliphethe lelizwe nje beshilo uqala wasithuka nje wathi asimkhotha izibunu sathula wahluleka ukukhuluma neANCA la ukuthi axolise wenza umathanda la nje so ngicela nje ecourt izosilandela illegal izosilandela yabona lo mthetho we Dutch Roman law nje uyasilimaza because kumele silinde manje indoda isidelelile uma ingaphuma somthathaphi uma ingaphuma nje kule country somthathaphi ngicela ukuthi usikhiphe isiqondiso usivumele nje uqonde nje ngqo ukuthi akahlale lo mfethu abuye la azosibona sikhulume naye ngiyacela nje i-legal team mhlambi ngayohlala ngahlala la ngaphandle ixoxe icede sobona i-court ayiqali ngaye mawukuthi unabantu abathembile court bazomnikeza lama judgment ahlala wathola ebusuku ngo12 akazi ukuyithola ke khona thina ke nje ngiyacela please.
Honorable Malem.
No, Chair. I think that there is no sense of agency from the legal team. Because if they were embarrassed by what happened, they wouldn't say the things they're saying up to us now. That should have embarrassed them. And they should have known immediately when the guy was threatening that he's going to walk out. They should have known that now the matter is going to come to them. For a quick advice, if you are not going to act on that guy, we'll rather close this committee now because we're going to be subjected to that humiliation. We're going to be subjected to that humiliation where Honorable Skosana has to stand up. He doesn't know what to do because he was being disrespected and no one is coming to our rescue. Whether we must manhandle him or what.
He was going out.
No, he blocked him here. He had to physically block him but without touching him because he will be accused of manhandling
That's
him.
why I say he was going out.
Yes.
They happened to find themselves
At the passage.
on each other's way. But,
Yes.
but Honorable Skosana, I can certainly say I saw him even when he rose up here that his intention was to go out.
You know, that frustration should have made everybody to be on their feet that, okay, when this happens, what do we do? When this happens, what do we do? We appear sheepish. We appear toothless. And we want to continue business as usual. Paul O'Sullivan should have received an application in the High Court without papers, where we go to the court and say, yes, a fugitive, he's got a potential to run. He left Parliament without the permission of Parliament, and he's got so many passports, and he's got a private jet. He sits here and brags about a fraudulent pilot license, and then when it suits him, the pilot license no longer works. He has been bragging that he's got a private jet here. Then everybody must shift now because the flight is leaving. He's going to be left by the flight. Who gets left by a flight if the flight is your private jet? It means even that private jet is a lie. And that private pilot license is a lie. So the legal, we must adjourn now. We must adjourn now as we prepare to ask questions to the general. As we adjourn, the legal And I don't know what they want from evidence leader, because evidence leader doesn't lead those types of things. There he's got no role. There it's parliament, the speaker by now should have made a call to say, what is this that I'm seeing? Can you come to my office now and give me a clarity of what's happening there? Nothing. It's business as usual. And that's what has given this Paul O'Sullivan the courage to behave in a manner he did. If you know what white supremacy meant and you are unable to read, you only react to action. You saw it in action today. You don't have to read anything. Whiteness, white supremacy, the arrogance of white privilege displayed itself here today. And typical of us with victimhood mentality and the trauma we suffered as black people, we all found ourselves wanting because a white man was acting. And the first instinct was to be scared of a white man. Yes. And we reacted when the white man was long gone, because that's how we were framed. That was a white supremacy in action. And it took us aback, including you, Chair. You were looking at it like, what's happening now? And you couldn't react.
I was watching him when he was walking towards you.
Yeah, I said to him, sit down, man. And then he said, no, I'm leaving. And I didn't know what to do. And then I realized later when he's left, this guy was supposed to be stopped. Because the first instinct is to say it's a white man, I must not touch a white man. And then I realized later, no, man, politically I'm wrong. I should have stood up to that man. But that's how we are framed, Chair. You ought to deal with that thing because it continues the trauma of black people. He undermined us openly. And we must act, and we must act with agents, not the way we are being advised.
Honorable Solos.
Chair, you see, when black people talks, there's no respect here. The white people don't respect us. Glennis must listen. There she walks out like Paul O'Sullivan. Chair, I agree with Honorable Malema that we cannot allow disrespect from anybody. But I want to distance myself from being afraid of Paul O'Sullivan because he's a white man. I'm not part of that frame, just to be clear. I subject myself to your order and how you respond to witnesses that are procedurally wrong. So we should maintain that procedure. But no matter which race sits there, we judge you on the basis of the individual. I have said for so many times, why must the face of corruption always be black and the face of accountability always be white? When I asked for members of the DA who was implicated by General Mkhwanazi to sit on the witness stand. And I was voted out by the majority. So I want to distance myself from being part of the frame. I don't fear white people. We deal with evidence and fact. But I disagree. I agree with Honorable Malema that we should not allow any disrespect of this committee. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Tejan.
Yeah, thanks, Chairperson. Chairperson, when I spoke about consultation, I didn't mean that I expect senior counsel to tell us what to do, because we are alive to the reality that it is us who advise this committee. Now, Chairperson, if you look at Section 17, for instance, of the Powers and Privileges Act, particularly 17.1, and I just want to read it. And it deals with offenses relating to witnesses. So what it says, Chair says, a person who has been duly summoned in terms of Section 14 and who fails without sufficient cause. Now, the witness in question was not summoned. Now, number two, if you go to 17.1...
Can I
finish, Chair?
No, let's not do that. If you remember the last time when we discussed matters of opinion, it was this committee that said you must present a written opinion.
What you wanted to do, Chair?
Yeah, no, listen. So if we were going to do these things in a rush or in a haste, and it is not always that the committee agrees with the opinions or the advices that you give. And I want us to avoid a situation where we do things like this, where you just pull out a document and you start reading. It's not going to help us. We need to be calculated in what we do. So if you need time, you just say to the committee, give us time. We understand the frustrations that you may have. But this is the time we need to go and sit down and apply our minds. If we have to consult outside of the services that we can offer, we do that and we produce a written opinion for you, as you always request as the committee. I think that is what will help us. But if we are going to microwave now, I can tell you we will not get what we want. Yes. I give you a chance to speak now.
I thought you had covered me, Chair.
Okay. I think what you will do, because we are going to break, when you come back from break, you can just indicate with the chair how much time will you need to produce that written opinion. And then we will inform the committee members. You understand the sense of urgency that committee members speak about. You know, honorable members, sometimes when you are a head of a family and your kids come to you running, tell you that there is a snake in the house, you don't just look for a broomstick or anything and try to look for the snake where it is and you want to kill it. The father starts by thinking that, by the way, I'm the source of income in this house. Let me jump onto the bed because the snake is only slithering on the surface. And then when I'm on bed, I can then decide how best I attack the snake. Because the family may slid back into poverty because you responded in a manner that put you right on the fangs of the snake. So I think let's allow the legal team to produce that legal opinion that we have requested. They understand that we have to be dealing with this matter with a sense of urgency and agility that you have spoken about. It's now 16:41. We will come back at 17 hours. Thank you so much. Honorable members, can I check with yourselves? I want to suggest to allocate 20 minutes for full members. Yeah, he will ask those questions later. You still have 2 questions that you wanted to ask. Yeah? Okay. The SC, I get a report that he has 2 questions that he wanted to ask. We allow you, SC, to ask those questions.
I don't have a problem. I'm just saying those 20 minutes, when you calculate them, what time are we going to finish with your estimation and allocation?
They will take us to around 10 o'clock. Yeah, between 9 and 10. Yeah. Yeah, so do we agree on the 20 minutes? I don't see any objection. SC, can we run very quickly on the 2 questions?
Thank you, Honourable Chair, honourable members. General Phahlane, it's actually all rolled into one because it's about one single topic, one single person, actually. It's whether you know Mr. Nhlanhla. If so, how and when did you meet him? And if so, what is the nature of your relationship? And how often did you meet, if you met more than once or twice? Do you have each other's telephone numbers or WhatsApp numbers? And how often do you speak? When last did you speak to each other? And then related to this is, do you know Brigadier Rachel Macheng? She, as you may know, or I'm telling you that she testified at Nhlanhla and alleged that you met regularly. So these are all for your comment.
Chair, let me deal with these questions quickly. I don't even know why I must answer, but I'm forced to answer. First, I know Vusimusi Ket Nhlanhla. He's a black young man coming from Pretoria. He comes from Mamelodi. I happen to have been in the same area. I think for the better part of my adult life, I've been in Pretoria. So I know him very well. I know Brigadier Rachel Macheng. Brigadier Rachel Macheng used to be somebody who I worked with, and I know him, I know her. And the only reason I know Kat is because the two of them were in a relationship. That's why I got to know him. I think while I have been knowing that there is Kat, a person in Mamelodi called Nhlanhla, I met him after I got to know that he is in a relationship with her. And I happened to meet with Kat not during my tenure in any office. I was long out of office, so my meetings with him had absolutely nothing to do with what is happening in the police or in government. So I want to confirm that I have met Ket Nhlanhla. He happens to be someone. He happens to be. I happen to be attending a spa a spa in Pretoria, in the area not far from where he lives. While I don't know his house, but I'm told he lives in that particular area. So at times after my spa sessions, there is a restaurant there where I will go and maybe have a meal or so. And on more than one occasion, when I was at the spa, I mean, not at the spa, when I was at the restaurant, he will either be coming in or going out. So I definitely met Kat, and I know him, a young black man coming from Pretoria, Mamelodi.
Did you also know him as a young man or not so young man in the Middle Ages who was involved in any businesses?
What businesses?
Like VIP cat security business?
I happen to know now that he has, he's involved in business security, but I have never seen any of the work that he does. Of course, when he's moving around, he moved around with his convoy of with security. I suspect those are his VIP protectors or whatever you can call them. But I can't even tell you where the company is. All I know is that he is in business, but what other businesses he is doing, I really have got no clue.
So for what reason would Brigadier Macheng have said in a WhatsApp exchange that she will arrange with him to meet you? For what purpose would that have been?
For what purpose?
For what purpose would she have arranged a meeting between you and Kat Nhlanhla?
But in that message that you have, she would have said to you, and it is communicated, that having met him, I think the first time I actually met Kat was somewhere in 2018, 2019. And when I met with him, he actually provided information to me on what was developing, it was like an early warning to me. So it was a security issue, which I appreciated. That was then. And if you read the message that Brigadier Macheng is referring to, he's saying, it is long that I have seen him, which is true. I have seen him, I think, 2018, 2019, following me knowing that the two of them are in a relationship wherever I met them, and that was the end of it. And we happened to have been in conversation, me and Rachel, and when she mentioned, so, oh, it's long that I've seen him, because it's not somebody that I'm regularly having contact with. That's the context.
Do you agree with the evidence that General Sabia had given to us when he appeared before this honourable committee earlier last year, that yes, of course, he would know Kat Nhlanhla because he is seen around in SAPS circles, at the SAPS college, because of the kind of services that he was rendering to SAPS. So yes, he would know him. And I'm not referring now to his subsequent evidence before the Nhlanhla Commission last week. I'm referring to what he told this honourable committee.
That which General Sibia told you, he had reason to tell you that. I'm saying to you, Council, the last time or the first time I met Kat was somewhere 2018, 2019. And my meeting with him had nothing to do with any business of the police. I'm saying I was coming from a spa. I was at a restaurant where I met him. I met him early this year. That's it. As to whether he frequents police places and so on, really, I'm just an ordinary citizen of the city of Pretoria. And he happened to be in the very same city, and I met him like any other person. I don't know why are you not telling me, did you ever meet Paul O'Sullivan? I met Paul O'Sullivan in a restaurant in Woodmead. I met Robert McBride in, what is the place? Rosebank. I meet people. So I don't know why is there this thing about me having met him, because I place it on record, Chair. I had no meeting with Mr. Nhlanhla on anything that has anything to do with the work of the police. And I hear some say, but the criminal was sitting here. He was convicted. McBride was sitting here, convicted for murder. Megoo's Bar, he was here. I'm not going to not interact with them based on that. I'm not in a business of profiling people. And unfortunately, people don't have tax. So I never read here, Cat Nhlanhla, this and that. No, I was reading in the media on what is happening, for example, what is it, in Ekurhuleni around the issues of the Tembisa Hospital and so on. I read just like any other person.
Yeah. So when did you say was the last time you met Nhlanhla? Earlier this year?
Chair, I've answered that question. I've sponsored it.
Please,
and
if I didn't hear you or misheard you,
I have sponsored
I'm just
it.
asking you again.
I prefer not to repeat, because I think I've been very articulate. I went broader than the questions that you asked.
So you meet people and you read about people. Is that my understanding? Did you read about Mr. Nhlanhla and the tender? The Tshwane 24 medical tender?
I don't think I have to answer that question. I have already said I read about people just like news will be running with his involvement in, what is it, the Medicare, his involvement with the police in as far as that contract is concerned, his non-performance or performance. All those issues are conversed broadly in the media. In addition, there are issues that we read about the attempted murders and whatever that is being written lately. Now I know that there is, cartels.
But you never discuss these things when you bump into him in Mamelodi or in Pretoria, where you meet him or in a restaurant?
Chair, I have dealt with the issue. I don't think I have got the appetite to go into what I did not discuss.
Well, the issue is that he, from the evidence thus far, is at the very least, he's very well connected. He knows senior management in SAPS. He's an influential figure. And so are you. You held an influential, the most important position you held in SAPS just around about the time, 2014, 2016, 2017, when he started almost infiltrating SAPS.
I'm not going to respond to an uninformed question. As far as I'm concerned, I have never had dealings with Mr. Nhlanhla on any business of the police, and I have met him where I have met him, which I'm saying it is all around Pretoria. I've never met Cat Nhlanhla anywhere else other than where I met him in a restaurant. That is why in the message that Rachel, the Brigadier Macheng, is communicating, is saying to him at the same spot, because that's the area where for one or other reason, when I went there on more than one occasion, I happened to have met him in that area. And I understand why, because it is in the proximity of where he is living. And even if I don't know the house, I know he lives in the particular area. So his relationship with management of the police, it really has got nothing to do with me.
And at no stage did you question or wonder what he was doing, what businesses he was involved in, and whether he was interacting with any senior police? You didn't ask him any of those questions?
Just as I never asked the spy who was here, I also never asked him questions. I see them as human beings. These are human beings that you meet, you greet where you need to greet. If you don't greet a person, so be it. But how I am brought up is that you don't just go past people because they are human beings. And greeting a person and talking to a person doesn't necessarily mean that you are friends or you are in business. I think I was hearing this question even coming when Kat was appearing in, what is the place, Hosimampuru. A question was asked, did you give General Phahlane money? And I said, where is that coming from now? No, I don't need money from Kat Nhlanhla. I met him, as it is said, in the social circle where I met him. Money has got nothing to do with me, with Kat. And I can't question his relationship with people because I really don't know about those relationships. I so happen to know some people that he was maybe having relationships with. I'm now referring to people from within SAPS. But I also have got no reason to question their interaction or even to question those who entered into a contract with him, entered a contract with him. Now, here is an important thing, and I don't know why I'm even getting there. His contract, and for one or other reasons, this is also called the 360, was terminated because we say it did not meet the specifications. The 360 that we are talking about was never terminated. It having not met the specification. 31 million has been paid. In his contract, 48 million has been paid. Is the law different on these issues? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, let me just put it on record. Your analogy is completely wrong and misplaced. It's not the same thing.
Okay.
I'm not going to comment, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Honorable members, we are going to start with questions. Can I check honorable members who requested to be released if they want to ask questions now? The honorable members who requested to be released. Honorable Malema, Honorable Breitenbach. She will ask. Okay.
No, I'm scared of white men, not white women.
Honorable Breitenbach, do you want to ask?
No, I'm fine. Thank you, Chair. And I
Okay.
want to tell the Honorable Malema he's making a big mistake.
Okay. Thank you. We are going to do this. I'm going to leave with Mr. Tejana. We are going to meet with the speaker now. So the first speaker will start at 5:20. Yeah, no, I'm outlining before I'm handing over to him. The first speaker will start at 5:20, and then the second speaker will be at 20 minutes to 6. So we will run this session until 20 minutes past, until 8 o'clock. And then we will take a break. I think at the time we break at 8 o'clock, I would have come. So can we check Honorable Sangud?
Thank you very much, Chair. Yeah, you're putting us in a bit of a dilemma. The ANC is only going to field 2 members to ask questions. The first one would be Honorable Nhlanhla.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure if the chair is able to at least allow us that 20 minutes and then leave.
When Honorable Nhlanhla starts, Honorable Novalo presides.
Honorable Novalo will?
Presides.
Presides,
and
okay.
then Honorable
Nhlanhla
Nhlanhla
finishes.
speaks, and then
He
he
takes back the machine. No problem, Chair. Thank you.
What is this haphazard kind of primary school arrangement? If you want another chair, you have to elect one. You can't just have a round robin of chairs. What is this?
No, it's fine. Let's take Honorable Nhlanhla to speak, and then I will leave after he has spoken.
Thank you, Chair. General Phahlane, I think you must take and treat this session as an Audi alteram partem opportunity. There are a lot of things that would have been said about you here in front of us. And we don't want you risking us having one-sided evidence or one-sided statements. So it's very important that you are able to clarify some of the things. Taking us to the first issue of the sub High Hills estate?
Sable Hills.
Sable Hills
Waterfront
estate.
Yeah.
Did you secure any form of a bond for the building of your house?
I did secure a bond, Chair, with Nedbank.
So you dismiss the allegations that the bond was secured when the house was already under construction?
I dismiss that. One, I owned a property, a house in Montana. I sold that house in Montana. Whatever I sold that house for, I bought the site in Sable Hills. At the same time, when after buying the site, having sold the house, I went into rental, still around Pretoria, Queenswood, while the house was under construction. My bond is with Nedbank. That bond is still active as we speak.
Okay. Did you purchase a sound system for that house?
Purchase a sound system for the house?
Yeah.
Yes.
How was the sound system purchased?
My answer is between page 89 and 92 of my affidavit. And you have annexure 25 to this affidavit, which is a tax invoice from Sounds Great. If you look at that annexure, it will show you the amount that I paid. And 52 is the net bank, what is it, my statement, bank statement, which reflects the 80,075. And then there is an email, which is JKP 27, where I now direct the bank to pay that particular sound system. And date is my email, 16 April 2012 at 0743. I kindly request that an amount of 80,075 is transferred from my current account for the payment of the following account. Sounds great. It's a net bank account, and this place is in Woodlands. That's where the music system was purchased.
So there is no SAPS service provider that bought you a sound system for the house?
There is no service provider who bought me the sound system. Now, maybe I must clarify, and that's where the confusion comes. We were doing, now, as if I say we, as management of Division Forensic Services, we were visiting the service providers because we had realized that some of the service providers are doing fronting, or they will claim to be established companies. So we wanted to visit each one of them to be able to see what capacity they have to deliver. So we went to one of the companies. It was called Crime Tech. Now, there are two people primarily in that company. Yolanda Komodolovic, it's commonly referred to as Yola, and Henry Deal. Okay. When we were in their offices, there was this sound system, the TVs and sound system. I wanted to hear where she purchased those because I became attracted to how the packaging was done. We then, when I said where, she said, by the way, I'm also doing interior design. So it is, must I call it a hobby or a side job that she's doing apart from this? So I said, can I get the details where to buy, where you bought this? And at least give me the specifications. She then said, but it's not a problem. I will make contact to obtain the quotation for you, which she did. And that is why when you look at the reference that I was saying, sounds great. I mean, the bank must reflect on the invoice, on the payment. It had to be Yola, because the invoice, the quotation was obtained by her, submitted to me. Once I got the quotation, I then paid through my bank. Okay. So there is no service provider who bought me a music system.
Okay. Mr. Paul, the walkouter and the greatest contemptor of Parliament goes to an extent of saying he actually went to the salesman as part of his investigation and actually solicited evidence that a service provider at SAPS bought you. But we get your explanation. You do have a proof of purchase of that. And if you have instructed a bank, that's electronic, that can be retrieved anytime when needed. So we accept that. Let's move forward, General Phahlane. So you say in paragraph 13, you were fired because there was a negative publicity against you, amongst other things that were out there, even in the media, that corruption, is it infiltration or interference, something like that. So at that time, did you have charges preferred against you for corruption or defeating the ends of justice or any sort?
No.
So it was something that you can easily say it was concocted to achieve a certain outcome?
Yes.
Okay. Now, we have got this all over the country, all over the news. Then the former minister Mbalula calls you and say, the best way to deal with this matter is that you step down as the acting national commissioner. It is in the best interest of the police. Do you think that it was not at the best interest of the police when in the court of public opinion, you are viewed as a corrupt top cop, and it may have a ripple effect on the confidence of the people to the entire police service. Don't you think that it was really at that time? I don't think it was a verdict on your guilty, but don't you think with the cloud that was hanging over you, was it not really in the best interest of the police service for you to voluntarily move back?
Am I answering? Yes, Honorable Mola. First, even the records will tell, and everywhere I'm speaking, I said I did not hesitate. When the minister said so, I accepted, because I believed I'm not glued to any position. And that happens following my appearance before the Portfolio Committee on the 16th of May, where these issues were ventilated. The same thing, music system, blah, 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 it was ventilated. That's 16th of May 2017. The 1st of June, I'm called by the minister to Cape Town. In less than 5 minutes, step aside. Even if I knew it is nowhere provided for, why must I remain in office? And that is why somewhere there was a judgment that was being read. That is why I even never challenged the suspension, because I understand what the purpose of moving away from the environment is, to allow an investigation, which unfortunately delivered nothing, because what I was subsequently charged for and dismissed has got nothing to do with that what was in the media and public domain.
Okay. So do you honestly believe that there can be a minister of whatever minister it is that can remove the accounting officer without the knowledge of the appointing authority?
I don't have to believe that. I don't have to believe that. Just as when you are appointed by the president. Yes. It's not by the minister. And even if it would have been a recommendation of the minister.
The point is, General Phahlane, in your affidavit, you make it clear that Mbalula unlawfully fired you. That's what you say in your affidavit.
It's true.
So we are saying, I'm asking, do you honestly believe that there can be a minister who fires the accounting officer without any concurrence from the appointing authority?
I believe so, because there is evidence to that effect.
So the allegation is that Minister Mbalula acted outside the authority of President Zuma.
It is so. It is so. The record speaks for themselves. And you say, do I believe whether that could happen? It happened in the Masitla case. It happened in the Apleni case. It happened in, who's the DG of local government? Mlengana. It happened in Mlengana. Those are decided cases where it happened. And it happened in my case. Judge Tokote, in the judgment that was presented here, is saying so.
No, we'll look at it. It's fine. So you received no communication from President Zuma?
Absolutely none.
Okay. So you acted upon the advice of former Minister Mbalula?
Not the advice, the instruction.
Okay. No, that's fine. Let's move on. So part of what you were charged in internal in the department was acts of dishonesty. Were you found guilty of such?
No.
You were not found guilty of such. Okay.
Let me qualify.
Okay.
Let me qualify. the process that was embarked upon was an expeditious process. Lieutenant General Reid, in his finding, he say there were acts of dishonesty. He could not substantiate that even at arbitration level. Thus, the arbitrator did not find any dishonesty. The Labour Court did not find any dishonesty. The Labour Appeals Court did not find any dishonesty. In actual fact, they continue to be changing the reason, but the outcome remains the same. The last one, I think in the Labour Appeals Court, they talk about negligence. From dishonesty, from intent to some negligence, but the outcome remains the same.
Okay, you say you were wrongly and illegally, unfairly removed from SAPS. But your matter has been taken to conciliation, which failed, to arbitration, where you lost, to the Labour Court, where you lost, now recently to the Labour Appeal Court, where you lost. Do you still think that really you have a strong case on unfair dismissal?
It's for the Constitutional Court to make that determination. And the fact that I never tire to go to all those platforms that our Constitution provides for the matter to be ventilated is because we believe we have got a strong case. I don't want to talk about where they got it wrong and so on. I think let's respect them. They are the judges. They made the decisions that they have made. Let's see whether the final arbiter is going to arrive at the same decision.
Yeah, Judge Ngondwana of the Labour Appeals Court characterizes your legal argument in two specific words. That it's unmeritorious and it's untenable. Simple put, that your argument is without merit, it lacks value, it lacks worth, it's unworthy and undeserving, it's indefensible and undefendable. What is your take on that?
It's good English that was used, but is the English that the other judges at the Concord will engage with, and I am legally advised. That's why we went that route. So I'm not going to say anything about the Honorable Judge. It is for the Constitutional Courts to apply their minds. I think we have advanced our case there.
During our public participation process, there are three police officers who came before this committee. And amongst the issues that they had raised was the continued stealing or disappearance of narcotics and at forensics, rhino horns, drugs, blah, blah, blah. And they strongly say this is a matter that has been raised with the accounting officer, which was acting National Commissioner General Khomotso Phahlane, who did nothing in respect of that. In actual fact, he was complacent with that kind of a problem that faced the police service at that time. What's your take on that?
It is not true. How can I be an acting national commissioner while there is a national commissioner in office? At the time when they made those allegations, General Pierre was the national commissioner.
So you mean there were no narcotics and rhino horns that got lost when you were national commissioner?
No,
acting?
Honorable Member, let's not change tune. I'm saying, you say they said that there was an acting national commissioner who did nothing. So I'm answering that part first before I go to the content of what you have raised. And I'm saying The National Commissioner at the time was General Piecha. It was in,
At which time, General Phahlane?
it was 2012. And if you have regard to my submission, I have here JKP 18B, response to the allegations of corruption within forensic services. Now, concealing doctoring crime statistics, it's 2.1 on page 1114. 2.2, theft of drugs. I say there, the forensic services is on record before the Portfolio Committee on Police and the National Commissioner on progress relating to investigations conducted following the incidents of loss of exhibits, drugs in respect of. So the answers are there. Those matters were dealt with comprehensively. The issue of
Thank you so
what is
much.
it?
Honorable Nhlanhla is now the chair. He must call the next speaker.
Thanks, Chair. Unfortunately, our time has come to an end, General Phahlane.
Yeah,
And
but
I've now changed the seat, I'm the chair.
yeah.
No, it's fine. I think he covered it, but wanted to elaborate more. So you can finish up that answer, then we'll take Honorable Sokanya.
Yeah. Honorable Chair, those issues, I don't have to go detail. 18A, Chairperson, 18A and 18B. 18A is my response to the issues dated the 10th of September 2012 to the National Commissioner of Police, and that was General Piecha. 18B is the same communication that I circulated within forensic services. Thirdly, Rhino Horn, the member concerned was charged departmentally, was found guilty. The member was subsequently found guilty in a court of law, and he was sentenced. So I don't know what more could have been done, but as I'm saying, the issues are comprehensively covered here. Maybe it's something that was supposed to have been said, and it was here in the records. I'll just find it. The same members, because I felt personally attacked, I lodged a civil claim. General Piecha at the time was saying, no, don't do a civil claim. I said, this is at my own cost because I'm being attacked personally. In 2017, I won the civil litigation. Now, November, was it October, I think, last year, we won the appeal. They were trying to appeal that. We are now in the process of filing for contempt of court because they partially only complied with the order of court. Amongst others, there's supposed to be retraction, blah, blah, blah. It's not there. But I'm just saying those issues were taken care of. And it is disinformation to suggest that there is still an appeal pending. There is no appeal pending.
Okay. Honorable Sokanyile. Ow. Mr. Skosana, what were you trying to do? Or you were trying to do that thing you did outside? No, it's fine. Let's give Honorable Sokanyile, then we'll come to you. Honorable Sokanyile.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. General Phahlane, can I refer you? I don't want to go to paragraph 47, whereby you are talking about the unfairly and unlawful dismissal of yourself. as the acting National Police Commissioner. I don't want to get to that as you are saying that you are appealing that issue. And then, in paragraph 81, you are talking about the report that was submitted by the National Commissioner of SAPS addressed to AGSA, which you are saying that that report, it contained misrepresentation of facts and distortion of factual reality with regard to a timber ward. Now, I want to check which national commissioner are you referring to? This paragraph 81.
Thanks, Honorable Member. As per JKP 17, on page 276, the National Commissioner there is General Masemola. And that report is dated 2025, 0425. So it's General Masemola.
You can talk to the report that was submitted to AGSA. Are you able? Yes.
Yes, I
When
can.
you are saying that the facts were misrepresented to that report and
Thank-
distortion of facts.
Thanks, Honorable Member. Chair, in this report attached is a legal opinion. Now, part of the legal opinion that has always been there from, is it Dupree and Botha, they have consistently advised the police that there was never compliance with the specifications and there was never a representation of experts or representative of experts as required on the bid evaluation committee, and that according to the assessment that was done, remember there was a complaint by FDA, which complaint was about how did you award this to that service provider, Atemba. And when that complaint was forwarded to forensic services, I gave it to the experts, to the people who developed the specifications. And they were able to make a determination that this contract was wrongly awarded. So that's why there was a request for an independent assessment. Now, in General Masemola's submission, he disregards even the findings of the Auditor General, because the Auditor General found that the irregular expenditure, now we're talking the 31 million, is as a result of officials of the department having failed to cancel the contract. Because as forensic services, we told them, you have to cancel this thing or go into a process. They never did. So it is as a result of that that they went ahead, and somewhere down the line there was an arbitration award by Judge Haramse, retired Judge Haramse, who then said the service provider must be paid the 31 million. So they don't want to go into the issues and of who did not cancel the contract, because forensic services, or me, as forensic services, do not have the authority, we don't have local standing to cancel the contract. It could only be done by supply chain management. So this report is the one that I'm saying it's a misrepresentation of facts.
Okay. It is because when it is attached to you, it is because you are at the helm that is occupying that National Commissioner's position, or what?
Sorry, Chair, maybe just rephrase
I'm
it.
saying that, you are saying that now you are being seen as a person through this report, regardless having the advice of AGSA, having the advice of other people, but the current National Commissioner see you at fault. Is it because you are at the helm, or why does it takes it upon you, this 31 million of a timber award?
That's exactly the question that I have. Because even that money, the person who approved that it must be paid, who approved the settlement and the payment, was General Sithole. It was in 2018, 2019. I was not in office since 2017. So I find it difficult to reconcile how then do you blame it on me? And it is on that basis that I say it's wrong. And that's why earlier, me and you agree, Honorable Member, that we don't have to go into the dismissal and so on. But part of what a judge is saying is that I was simultaneously performing those functions of a divisional commissioner and a national commissioner, which is impossible.
Okay. Let's pass that one. In your understanding, what do you understand of political interference in general? Or it may be in SAPS, when we talk about political interference?
Honorable Member, I know we don't have time, but I have traversed that.
I'm saying that you just speak general, not within SAPS, because I'm still going to ask you about paragraph 90.
I only want to talk about SAPS. In as far as SAPS is concerned, political interference manifests itself where political decisions are taken on operational policing issues, which in my view presents us with a challenge of encroachment, because our legislation is not blind. It is very clear on what the role of the National Commissioner is as an accounting officer. His is to implement policies and ensure that policing is happening in the country. So when there is that encroachment, I call it political interference, whether it is in operations, whether it is in appointments. And in my affidavit, I'm making visible there political interference, which is written into the regulations. For the first time, you have got the regulations, the SAPS employment regulations, and I'm making specific reference to paragraphs there, which say when the National Commissioner is to appoint anyone from the level 14 onwards, that is Major General, that must be with the concurrence of the minister. There is no such provision in law. Two people get appointed. The president appoints the National Commissioner. The minister, of course, following a parliamentary process, appoints the national head of DPCI. The rest are appointments by the National Commissioner. So any appointment made by a politician boils down to political interference, except those two.
Then can you elaborate maybe during your tenure, were there incidents of the political interference within the department?
I'm an example of political interference. That which happened the 1st of June 2017, it's political interference.
What
A
happened?
minister acting without the authority or the legal authority, something called step aside, I became a guinea pig too. There is no reason why I must not leave because I was not permanently appointed. I'm an acting national commissioner at the time. But the law is very clear. The appointing authority will disappoint. Anyone else who's not clothed with those powers, it's interference. But other than that, I think I had a very good relationship with the executive authority. There was just one incident. And again, it relates to the same minister. And interesting, it relates to the question that was raised earlier about Ket Matlala. There was a guy, he was involved in the killing of the late Bozona, Vusi Keke. He also so happened to be coming from Mamelodi. He was on bail. And I was called by a minister who said, but why is this person not in jail? Why are you not arresting this person? And I said, sorry, minister, that person has been granted bail. So if there is another case that we can put on him, but not just put, it must have been investigated, there must be a decision taken to say, lock this person up. The police will act. And I simply refused. That's why maybe the 1st of June 2017 arrived, and I'm sitting home.
For instance, General Phahlane, you are a national commissioner, making an example. You are a national commissioner, and we are not performing. I'm the minister in the department, because if the department is not performing, that failure goes straight to me. Then I'm advising you of the action that you must take, being the politician within a department. Then do you regard that as an political interference?
But honorable member,
I'm just asking. Not saying that it has happened, just asking.
I don't find relationship with that in the context of political interference. The police commissioner must account to the minister on performance. And it can never be wrong if the minister say, but you are not doing your job. We can't crowd foul and say, this is political interference. It can never be. So if that is something that you're just making an example of to make me answer, I'm saying you are not performing or crime is going up, where are your operations, or people are being ill-treated, what are you doing? It can't be political interference. It becomes political interference where decisions and directives are being taken, where you are being instructed to implement the following. Then somewhere you have crossed the line.
Okay.
Chair.
Paragraph 9, okay.
Honorable Malema, sorry.
No, sorry, Honorable. Just a quick one. If a minister sees a dangerous person like Vuskeke, running around, and then he calls a commissioner to say, why is this person on the streets and not in jail? Because we have got some information, it's a public knowledge that this guy killed a person or is dangerous or something like that. Is that a political interference?
Honorable Malema, that's not political interference, but it becomes interference when you say to me, arrest that person, he must go to jail. Why must I arrest the person? Because the person, yes, he may have committed crime, but the court of law has granted him bail. If you are aware of other crimes that he committed, and you are at liberty to say to me, listen, he murdered that one or he did this, and I disregard that, or you raise that with me, it can't be political interference.
So which minister said to you, arrest that guy?
The minister who placed me on step aside.
No, but you must say his name, General. Where
Minister
here?
Fikile Mbalula, MP, Honorable.
Yes, our terms of reference is to check political interference also. Thank you.
Proceed, Honorable Sokanyile.
Okay. In
Honorable
paragraph
Sokanyile,
90.
please proceed.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. In paragraph 90, you indicate that you are privy to the struggles of Assistant Commissioner. It's Assistant Commissioner Mpheko in awarding of unfettered access to Secret Service account, which he grieved about. What did you mean by this? Paragraph 90.
Paragraph 90, Honorable Member, I meant exactly that General Mpheko was aggrieved with instructions coming, and I'm not going to go specific on this one, coming from the political circle to use the Secret Services account because he was located within the crime intelligence environment. He was actually the acting divisional commissioner. To use that money for properties which he did not do. And that's what I'm referring to there. Any other further information? I think General Mpheko will be consulted by me to disclose any further.
And we are also talking about a political undertone on the appointment of Commissioner Mpheko on the Divisional Commissioner of Crime Intelligence. We are talking about it had political undertone. Did you refer to that? What are you referring to?
Honorable Member, if you have regard to this affidavit of mine, remember I spoke about political interference coming from, now I'm talking South African Police Service, having manifested itself since the Polokwane conference. Now, unfortunately, Commissioner Mpheko was seen to be belonging to another faction. And it is for that reason, amongst others, that he was not appointed, because the post was advertised first time. He was recommended that time. Instead of an appointment being made, there was a directive to have the post withdrawn. It was then re-advertised. When it was re-advertised, politicians presided over the appointment of the divisional commissioner, contrary to what the prescripts say.
You are saying that there seems to be a culture in SAPS where there are charges pressed against opponents. If you're fighting with someone, there will be a charge against you. How do you think this matter should be addressed?
Sorry, Honorable Member, where am I? Where are we on the affidavit that which you're referring to?
I'm saying that given the evidence you are providing in your affidavit, then reading it, it seems that to be a culture of charges being pressed against the opponents within SAPS. Then I was saying that, for instance, you are saying that this one will be charged, yourself, you have got charges, another one will be having
Okay.
charges, so and so having those charges. Then how can they be addressed, these issues?
Yes, that is, while I did not talk about opponents, but it is something which is there. You today are sitting with a provincial commissioner of Mpumalanga who has been home forever. Why is that person not in office a woman in that position. Her contract will be lapsing soon. What are the real reasons why that person is not in office? I think there was another one mentioned. I know she was going to come here, General Vuma. How long has General Vuma been sitting at home, and she even reached retirement age without processes against her? You have got Lieutenant General Shezi, and I'm deliberately mentioning women only for now. Lieutenant General Shezi was dismissed. She's answering in court. We are being told that money from service providers.
Why are you specifically mentioning women?
Somewhere the chairperson said, women, our constitution, and I subscribe to that. All right. So you have General Shezi, who is before the courts on monies that were loaned between her and a person. She actually did not even go and loan that money. Somebody
men
was loaning
also.
money for her.
And men also, yourself.
Well, I'm the least, not important.
Sokhanyile.
General Ngobeni
Thank you very
has
much.
been home forever, dismissed. And my bride came to my office to congratulate me
Thank you,
for,
General
for
Phahlane.
suspending her.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Honorable Sokhanyile.
Don't
No, we even added 1 minute because Honorable Malema ended. We gave you 1 minute for that. But still the time is over. Honorable Skhosana? Or you, or I thought you have, okay. Honorable Mvalo?
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Chair. Chair, we have a gentleman's agreement with Honorable Skhosana that in the event I overlap, I will be eating on his time. So I want you to understand. But I'm not going to take all of
Yeah,
his time.
but I will indicate when yours is
Okay.
gone and you are starting on encroaching on Skhosana.
Okay, okay. Good evening, General Phahlane.
Good evening, Honorable Member.
You see, General, I think it's important that I make this statement before I pose some questions to you. When Mr. Nkabinde was here, he narrated a very unfortunate event, if it's anything to go by, of how they established a plot against you and of how they organized themselves in different groups or groupings to launch an onslaught against you, the result of which you lost your job. And we said, we're not going to sleep with a clean conscience, sleeping, having not granted that person an opportunity to come and give his version to this committee. So that is why we supported an idea that you must be brought to this committee and give a version to some of the aspects, but within the confines of the terms of reference. I think it's important because some of us have a practical experience of how vicious the system can be towards black faces and towards black excellence. That is why some people jump like pepcorns when a black person has made a mistake, but they keep quiet when a white man displays white arrogance. It's because some are beneficiaries of the system. So I think that statement is very important to be made. We were touched deeply by the testimony that was made by Mr. Nkabinde, because if what he said is anything to go by, you were wrongly suffocated, and today you do not work anywhere while you have a family. But we are here now to test all the allegations that Mr. Nkabinde made. Let's start here. When you inherited the organization SAPS, how can you describe the state under which it was? I'm asking this because at the first value now, the description that I can give is that there are deep-seated factional battles in SAPS which lead to a certain instability within the organization. When you inherited it, how was it?
Yeah, thanks, Honorable Chair. I happen to have been part of management of the South African Police Service at the time. And I'll just give one example. At a point where I came in, Marikana had happened. Marikana having happened, unfortunately, people being killed. And in one management meeting, it was there in Midrand at the Protea Hotel, there was a discussion about what was happening in Marikana. That meeting was attended by a select few. And that's where the Marikana operation was discussed. The following day, I think when we finished the meeting in the afternoon, some of us were shocked when you saw people being killed in a manner that they were killed. And I'm going fast because we don't have time. So there was a commission of inquiry. In that commission of inquiry, one of the things that was said was that the Marikana operation was a management decision. It was never a management decision. It was of a select few. 44 people died. You have got only 10, the 2 police officers and some security guards or some minors. You have got people like General Mpembe who were hauled before courts on multiple charges for crimes they never committed. But the actual people who were responsible for the killing of the 34 to date are not yet charged. And I'm convinced that that will never happen because IPIT was given the responsibility, or it fell within their mandate to manage that crime scene. They messed up the crime scene in the sense that all the weapons were just loaded without following the protocols onto a truck and delivered in forensics. So you could not derive any evidential value from that. So I'm simply saying, part of it, we were reeling from Marikana at a point where I took over. Secondly, we had an issue when I took over about the bogus police vehicles, which were used to rob people and so on and so on. I think one incident that happened soon after I took over was at the OR Tambo International Airport, where people went in with marked police vehicles and so on, and they took money. I think that was reported. Those vehicles were found somewhere in Mamelodi. But that was the bogus police vehicles. It is on that basis that as management we said we can't allow this situation to happen forever. That is where the process to acquire blue lights, proper blue lights, not these Hong Kong things that you find on top of the police vehicles.
Yeah, no, we will get there, General. We will get there. I'm trying to formulate my line of questioning in a certain way. We're getting there. All I wanted to know is the state of the organization in terms of it being engulfed by deep-seated factional battles. When you got in as the national commissioner, leave the position of being the divisional commissioner.
Yeah.
When you became the national commissioner, were these factional battles that we're experiencing now prevalent?
They were prevalent. Just in that regard, people were misplaced. If you take, for example, General Masemula himself, in the era of General Cele, he was a deputy national commissioner. But then He was subsequently removed from that position. In actual fact, some way he must blame me because I was the one targeted to go to Limpopo to become a provincial commissioner, and I refused. He was then deployed there. He left his family in Pretoria. It is me, after my appointment, that I brought him back. There were generals, for example, General Ngwenya was, for example, removed as a deputy national commissioner. She was placed in auxiliary services, a position that was occupied by, is supposed to be occupied by a major general. So you had a lot of those where people were misplaced. As part of the just reorganizing, we just had to bring people into positions and place them in areas where they could meaningfully contribute.
Okay.
Maybe
Now, is it correct, General, you'll forgive me, I will have to cut you at some point because I've got a couple of questions. Now, the minister gets in, Minister Mbalula, he finds you in the organization. Did he ever assess your performance?
Never.
He never assessed your performance?
Never.
So, and then he invites you, you said you met him in East London, correct?
No.
You took a flight to East London?
No,
where,
to Parliament, to here.
Or to here, to
Ninth
Cape Town?
floor, there
where he was
office.
communicating
Yes.
the decision?
Yes.
So after that, did you try to reach out to President Zuma as the appointing authority to say, this is what the minister is saying. Following that, do you advise me to honor this instruction as the appointing authority, or you just complied without making that effort?
Yeah. Can you allow me to answer
Yeah,
this way?
no, you can answer.
One, in my life, I've met President Zuma once. The day that he was appointing me as an acting national commissioner, 14 October 2015. I have never had a meeting or met President Zuma outside any working space.
No, but Mr. General Phahlane, I think the point is not about that. I think what Oram Nomvalo is saying is the appointing authority of the accounting officers is the president.
Yes.
Now, whether you met him or you didn't meet him, now
Yeah.
you are faced with this problem.
Yeah.
Have you reached out to the person who actually appointed you? That's what Honorable Nomvalo is actually
Chair,
asking.
I understand the question perfectly. That's why I started by asking, can I answer it this way? I have never made contact with President Zuma because even today I don't have President Zuma's number. And that's the point I'm trying to make, to say I have never. The only time I met President Zuma was when he was appointing me. And then other than that, I met during cabinet sessions when we were presenting. I have not seen or spoken to him after the first, because in any event, the minister, I worked long with Minister Nhlanhla, was the one that was collaborating with me, managing performance of the police. So I've never.
Yeah, because the widespread established practice is that before a decision is taken, especially a decision which is related to dismissal, a person affected is usually given an opportunity. Sometimes they direct that person to write a letter to explain themselves why they cannot be fired and so on. So that never happened to you.
It never happened. I was hearing when I was at the airport that I was given 24 hours to explain myself, which never happened.
So am I correct if I say your dismissal was influenced by political dynamics?
I've got no reason to believe otherwise.
Okay. I want us to start from when your problems started. In your statement, you spoke about a contract. I think you have named it as a 360 contract. I want us to discuss about this contract and the blue lights also. If you feel that to a certain extent the discussion will compromise the current court cases, you can indicate and say, no, we can't go to this extent because it will compromise my case. I'm flexible in that regard. Now, the 360 contract, why, or am I correct if I say part of the reasons why a strategy to deal with you was formulated is because of this contract? Am I correct?
Definitely.
Yeah, you can expand.
Yes. Chair, can I proceed?
No, proceed. I'm talking to the committee
Oh,
secretary.
okay. It is correct that the contracts, and I was listening to one of the committee's witnesses say, this man was not doing work, he kept himself busy with tenders. I have here a report on forensic services, which will show how much ground we have covered. Today, forensic services in the South African Police Service is disaster, it's chaos. The report is contained herein. Part of the contract which created problems for me was the 360.
Yes.
Now, the 360 is a contract that was entered into following irregular processes, specifications not met, and so on. It was awarded. A competing service provider raised issues. That competing service provider happens to be FDA. Now, having raised the issue, we looked at it, and now, if I say we looked at it as forensic services, I pulled experts together. They looked at what was complained about, and they indeed found that there was non-compliance. This contract was not supposed to have been awarded. I then wrote to supply chain management, provided that information. That's actually where my role is supposed to end as the end user. For supply chain management is supposed to trigger the other processes in terms of the general conditions of contract, engage the service provider, and so on, which they did not do. But the contract, the service provider ultimately lodged a claim.
What was the name of the service provider?
Etemba.
Okay.
They lodged a claim. And once they lodged a claim, there was a process which excluded me. No one ever came to me and say, can you participate? Can you help us? They then settled and paid the 31 million to Etemba.
Yes.
And that 31 million paid to Etemba is now blamed on me. Allegedly, I caused the breach of contract.
Yes, yes.
But even tomorrow, I will never go and buy something which is substandard.
So at the time when the contract was terminated, they already started doing the work, the service provider?
They could not do work because as forensic services, the end user, the experts said, we are not going to be able to use these cameras.
So what is this money for? There's money that was paid to them, correct?
The money was paid for Angas. The money was paid, amongst others, when I see the settlement for computers.
How much general was paid to them in total?
31 million rands.
So the money was paid to a company which has done absolutely nothing?
Absolutely nothing.
Who made that payment?
General Sitole and the CFO who was here. I remember the CFO saying, no, I was not involved, but she's the one who signed as part of the settlement and the payment.
Now, I don't understand here. I'm trying to find logic, General. Why are you being suffocated for this? Because you are the one who wrote to SCM, correct?
Yes.
Who said they must review and so on.
Yes.
The result of which a decision was taken to terminate the contract. Yes. And you were not involved in the payment processes. You never authorized any payment. Am I correct?
Honorable Member, you are 100% correct. The records will show my letter, which was directing, starts with the 22 of October 2014, where I said to supply chain management, cancel. And then there is another letter, 10th of May 2015, cancel. I even went to an extent of say, subject this thing to an independent assessment. What that meant is if they did not believe what we are saying as forensic services. Let them take it for an independent assessment. And Treasury advised as such to say, take this thing for independent assessment to CSIR and SABS. I approved as an accounting officer, November 2016, to say they must go to an independent assessment. But when I left, today it's not done, and the whole thing is blamed on me.
So after they terminated the contract, was there any service provider that was appointed
No,
for the same services?
no.
So what happened to that service that was supposed to be rendered?
I may have lost track, but to date,
No cameras.
no service provider has been appointed for the same thing. I know they have been running processes to try and advertise, but
But payments have been made.
payment has been made, 31 million rands,
With no services.
no service. And
know-
unfortunately, the man who was owning that company, after the 31 million, he relocated to Australia.
Yeah,
And
that's where I'm
and I'm reliably informed.
That's where I was going as well. I wanted to ask if you know the director of this company.
Vic Simons, who relocated from South Africa, went back. Whether he comes from there originally, I don't know.
Was
But
he
went
is he a South African?
No, I don't think he was. But he went to Australia, and unfortunately, he passed away there with the 31 million.
That is so unfortunate. If it's anything to go by. Now let's go to the second aspect, the blue lights. When we spoke with, I think with McBride, with Mr. McBride, he characterized you as a dubious character. He said there are cases against you. You, at some point, you had a relationship with a certain service provider. I just forget the name he mentioned, the name of that service provider. But he spoke about the blue lights. Now, what is a problem here in the blue lights?
The service provider he was referring to is the owner of the company called Instrumentation for Law Enforcement. It's a company owned by Mr. Mantata, who has been doing business with the police at least dating back to 2003, 2004. All these vehicles that you see equipped with blue lights, especially of the Presidential Protection Services or Protection Services, the so-called blue light gang, are equipped with lights which Mr. Mantata fitted. Those are, in my view, superior lights. But
Why are they superior?
superior lights in that the quality is good, the warranty, none of those, according to the contract, those lights, if he has fitted, if it is bought, and the vehicle which was equipped with is boarded, in other words, it's taken out of service, they will replace that light free of charge. If, for example, the light gets damaged, it will be repaired free of charge. So there are a number of services that are included in the whole thing. And amongst others, those lights, you can't buy them from the backyard shops where you see some of these lights are being bought. So in this case, in this, now we are talking blue lights case, between Gauteng and supply chain management, he would have responded to a request for quotation initiated by Gauteng province, sanctioned by supply chain management without me. And then the BAC awarded that contract on a quotation basis to him, to instrumentation. Then there were three orders. First is 10 million. That 10 million happened during the time when I was in office, because it was 2017 around March. He fitted the first batch. When I was home, I think it was 29th June, I was already home. The 39 million was awarded by supply chain management between them and Gauteng. General Mutiba was the acting national commissioner then. In 2018, 35 million was given an order. So I'm simply saying 2 of those orders happen when I'm out of circulation. And then we get to hear there are issues. But the issues, as I read the affidavit,
What
earlier,
were they related to? Issues?
the issue
Appointment or payments?
no, the issue was about dual payments. It is there. I read the earlier affidavit of Van Niekerk.
Yeah, can you give context to that dual payment?
Yes.
Chair, I think there's a hand. Honorable Malema.
Chair, just quickly on Mr. Mantata, he doesn't only do blue lights, if I'm not wrong. He also provide the president with those imported vehicles of BMW with bulletproofs. Am I right?
You're correct, honorable member. He also, I think, part of the president's fleet are armored vehicles, even motorbikes. At some point, he provided motorbikes to the same presidential protection. Yeah.
So what was the issue here? You are saying the issue was double payments.
The initial issue was an allegation that there are double payments
Yes.
to the tune of 3.9 million. And now, the unfortunate thing is that the same person who is Van Niekerk that ultimately said they were double payments is the same person who certified that this 3.9 million was paid for services that have been rendered and there is no duplication. So later, that was now in 2018 when I was home, that's when she now reverts back after being called by a Brigadier Buthelezi. And now the Buthelezi say, please check the invoices that were paid to Mantata, to the company. That's when she comes back and say, 3.9 million double payments. But then they make an arrangement with the company to say, here are the additional vehicles that you must equip with blue lights, which he did, and to balance out, the 3.9 million.
Or to settle the
Yes, to settle the overpayment. Remember, we talked 3.9 million.
Yeah.
So of the 3.9 million, there was only one vehicle, which according to the audit, was missed. So if you say maybe he's got money that he did not deliver services for, it would have been 101,000 rands. But even that, it's not true, because when they stopped the payment, he had already done additional 17, 18 cars that the state still to date did not pay for. So if we are to be fair, he's not owing the state owes him.
So people who authorized those payments, were there any actions that were taken against them?
Nothing. I think in my affidavit, I'm talking there about the reports compiled by General Zuma, General Kwena, General Naidu, as well as a Brigadier Nhlanhla, who were pointing to the people at Province and some people at supply chain management who may not have complied with the prescripts. And action was recommended, disciplinary action, not criminal, disciplinary. But
So
nothing has happened.
Your conclusion here, General, is that there was value for money, even though there were double payments, but there was value for money because those double payments were settled
Yes.
through the addition of other cars.
Yes.
Is that your conclusion?
My conclusion is that there were no double payments. The vehicles, additional vehicles were brought to settle. Secondly, all those vehicles that have been equipped with the blue lights in Gauteng for this particular contract are roaming around the streets of Gauteng with the functioning blue lights, and they continue to be maintained by the same service provider. So there is value for money. Nothing has been lost.
When you say the same, you mean the initial who got a double payments that you are claiming?
Yes, the same.
You mean Mr.
And that's why I
Mr.
say,
Mantata?
Mr. Mantata. That's why I say this thing of 192 million, 86 million, I don't know where they get those calculations for. Because in total, what was paid by the state is 62 million, not 86 million or 100 and whatever million. It's a dream.
So your evidence is that SAPS is owing Mr. Mantata,
SAPS owes,
not the other way around.
SAPS owes the service provider for those additional vehicles that were equipped with blue lights, which are to date not yet paid for.
Okay, my colleague will take this further. Honorable Skosana, I think I've left 5 minutes. If you say
Honorable
if you
Skosana.
say I can proceed.
No, it's actually 10 minutes.
Oh,
Yeah.
I don't. If he's donating it to me, Chair, it's okay.
So, Chair, how many minutes do we have? 20 or 30? 20. Thank you. Yeah.
So you are left with 10 minutes now, when?
So he took my 10 minutes.
Yes,
Oh,
as you agreed.
But you said that you're gonna mention why is it 20. So I thought I still have 20.
No, I did indicate to him, he saw me.
But me, you did not.
Sorry.
Okay, but it's fine. I will take the 10 minutes, Chair. But indeed, I think he has. I had the issue of the blue lights and the issue of a timber. I think I'll just make a follow up on that. On page 1038, on your supplementary affidavit. I hope the general won't walk out as well today. Like what happened earlier, you know. Chair.
Chair, that's never going to happen.
Thank you,
I will
Chair
fully
General.
account, even for the rumors.
Yeah, but anyway, I've got honorable member right there, you know, Honorable Malema is watching this time. You know?
But
Yeah,
he's not this side.
Yeah, this, I'm sorry?
He's not this side.
The issue of Justice Haramse in 2018-2029, this review court application, I'm going to talk about this September. In your view, General, was that tender awarded truthfully so? Temba they deserve to have this tender.
Temba did not deserve the tender because one, no compliance with specification. Two, you did not have experts sitting there, which means the bid was not properly evaluated.
Yes.
And a number of issues. I mean, one of the simple requirements was that the company bidding must have a 24-hour support service. What that means is they must have that support services in case the cameras are deployed, because those cameras are to be used by the crime scene experts. If there is a camera dysfunctional or breaking down, they must be able to call the center and be able to bring a replacement of have the cameras replaced. In actual fact, in that case, we can't wait for it to be fixed. We needed a replacement. So that was not in place.
So the settlement was 24 million, if I remember well, and what you submitted here. But the money which was paid eventually was 31 million, am I right?
Correct, 24 million, and then the 7 million additional was interest. I don't know how long it took between the settlement and the actual payment, but it generated interest, and that interest was the 7 million, which made it 31.
So no one was disciplined in terms of that unauthorized. In fact, I'm not sure whether it's unauthorized. Let me just use the way that it was a wasteful expenditure, so to speak. Am I right?
It's irregular and wasteful expenditure. You paid money for services not rendered.
So Etemba was owned by who?
But I must answer.
Was it? Is
I
the
must
one which
answer
Matanta?
honorable member's first question.
Yes.
No one was disciplined or charged except Phahlane for that irregularity, which Phahlane had nothing to do with. But the company here is the company owned by Vic Simons.
The one who passed on.
The one who passed on. And
Now-
that Etemba.
So when this money was paid, you were no longer in the. You were suspended.
Yes, I was at home. I was suspended.
I think my colleague Honorable Nomvalo asked. Then why are they blaming you for this payment? In your view.
I don't know. Even the judges say I'm to be blamed. For what reason? Only one day I'll find that reason. I have nothing to do with that thing. And not that one must shy away from decisions that we have taken. I have taken a decision not to buy because there is a contract that was entered into that was irregular. And I've taken a decision that an independent assessment must be done. That independent assessment is not done. So somebody who took the decision to settle and somebody who took the decision to pay, who happens to be General Sithole, blames me. I mean, he takes the decision and he comes to blame me.
So-
there is an English I always hear someone using. It's bizarre, to say the least.
So Lieutenant General Reed at that time was the Divisional Co-Commissioner of Supply Chain Management. Am I right?
Yes.
So he took that decision.
Conflicted as he was the Divisional Commissioner of Supply Chain Management, appointed by General Sithole to preside over my matter. The same environment that failed the SAPS in that they awarded the contract irregularly, and then the same environment which did not do the independent assessment. He is the same person who takes a decision.
Now, because of time, my 10 minutes gone. I'm going to go back again to the issue of the blue light. Because of what is submitted here, the issue of blue light, who was responsible for the procurement of those blue light? Was it national or was it provincial?
That was provincial. That request came from province because it was beyond their threshold. Their threshold at the time, I think, was something like 300,000. So they had 1,500 vehicles to be fitted. Now, having realized that they will never be able to obtain a quotation under 300,000 to fit the lights, the rules of the game are they are to approach supply chain management, the BAC. And the BAC gave them the go-ahead to say, you go and publish, obtain quotations, bring it to supply chain management, because that authority beyond 300 lies with the BAC. And once they tendered there and committees did what they did, supply chain management awarded, the BAC awarded that contract. So it's between Gauteng province and supply chain management, and it did not need the accounting officer.
Now, at that time, there was Major General M.M. Nhlanhla, am I right?
Yeah.
And Paul O'Sullivan, who was here, he was interviewed on Business News on the 30th June 2025. It's on paragraph 286, 305, and 317. He said that, in fact, there's a torsion of facts and propaganda in respect of blue lights and siren process embarked upon by Gauteng SAPS. What was the interest of Paul O'Sullivan in this matter, in your view?
His was to spread propaganda. But we do know that once the process was on and some people did not get the contract, they started making noise. Unfortunately, of all these companies, only one company was black-owned. And the contract before was given to a white-owned company. So the reality here was they wanted to continue with that company to continue to feed lights. And when it was awarded to, Idle, to Mantata, that's when Halabalu came. The first question I got actually I was not even aware. It was coming from Gauteng DA, who started raising issues about the blue lights contract. And I went into it and said, as supply chain management, but what is this? And then I was told, no, this is a contract which we ultimately awarded to this one. And I said, but what's the issue? Why don't you just publish so that whoever was bidding knows that the contract was given to that particular person so that we are able to move on with service delivery?
Now, you have a report from the IPIT investigators exhibit. The time is gone.
Gone.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Honorable Kola Bernard. So you are forfeiting your right, Honorable Kola Bernard.
No, Chairperson. With your indulgence, I will go first in place of Ian and then my colleague Honorable.
Oh, you are requesting to go first.
If that's fine for you.
You are requesting to go first.
Yeah, that's what I said, with your indulgence.
You must properly ask to go
I
first.
did send you a message too, Chairperson.
Okay, proceed, Honorable Club.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good day, Mr. Phahlane. You said in paragraph 15 that you accepted the decision to step aside without hesitation, and again when you were answering the acting chair. And in paragraph 16 you stated the minister had no authority at all in law to instruct you to step aside. If you believe that the instruction was unlawful, or as you said earlier, you were the guinea pig, why did you comply immediately instead of challenging and writing the same day? And so I do understand that you answered earlier questions that the claims are felt to allow for the space so that the issue can be ventilated. But respectfully, that doesn't really address the legal point. If it was unlawful, why did you not object formally in writing?
I have already said, Honorable Member, I did not object because I was not dismissed on the day. I was told to go home, and it was a step aside. I wanted clarity on what this step aside is, and that clarity you can seek it in that particular meeting. Later on, I'm saying on the 7th, I was then given a notice of intention to suspend, and I testified here to say when I got that notice, I called General Mutiwa, who was the acting national commissioner, to say, are you trying to resolve the mess that the minister have created? And General Mutiwa agreed and was apologetic. But there was I did not have an appetite to go and fight this thing because I'm not glued to the position. I have said so.
Yes,
and
yes,
I
correct.
wanted to allow the investigation process to take its course.
So when you were quoted on the 2nd of June, you were speaking, I think it's to News 24. You agreed to step aside after a constructive engagement with the minister. So you're saying it was a mutual agreement at that point, and only late on the 7th that you felt it was a unlawful instruction?
No, I'm saying I knew on the day that it's unlawful. I knew on that particular day.
Okay, no, but then
I did not raise any issue.
All right,
I
so,
went
so
home.
on the 2nd of June, then if you're saying that on the day you already knew it was unlawful,
Yeah.
on the 2nd of June you made an engagement with News 24 and you said it was a constructive agreement with the minister. So was it an unlawful instruction by the 2nd
Or was it a mutual agreement, in your opinion?
It doesn't change the fact that it was unlawful, but I say we had a constructive engagement. I mean, the constructive engagement, the minister, whether he was acting lawfully or not lawfully, he had given reasons why.
Okay, no problems. I heard you said earlier General Mpehu belonged to another faction. What factions are you talking about? Who are the factions? And then, and just shortly, you can explain it, considering that you acknowledge that there's factions. And what do you suggest to get rid of these factions in SAPS?
Do you want me to answer the faction question?
Yeah, and how to get rid of it, but in a very short space, because I've got limited time, please.
In the
sir.
first place, we are not supposed to be having factions, irrespective of political affiliation. We all must be serving the general public,
Correct.
which is composed by people. So all what is required, stop political interference, go back, serve the people according to the oath of office.
Thank you. So I didn't understand the relevance in your original affidavit that you just deposed in January. You spoke in paragraph 16. You alluded to a apparent tweet of Honorable Malema. You claim Honorable Malema has posted, "We need to deal aggressively with criminals. And you, Phahlane, should go and McBride should be appointed the permanent police commissioner." What was the purpose of inserting that tweet in your affidavit?
But that tweet is self-explanatory. If you look at
Please
where-
allow me to finish my question, sir.
Okay.
Are you suggesting political coordination? Are you suggesting foreknowledge? Or are you attempting to create a narrative of persecution? I didn't understand the purpose of your tweet, hence my clarification question.
Am I to answer now?
Yes, you can
All
go.
right. Honorable member, that is placed under 16,
Yes,
paragraph 16.
correct.
And that is self-explanatory in the sense that it's a message from a member of a political party. Whatever it meant, it actually was followed through on the 1st of June, because there it is, on the 1st of June, it goes, "Well done, Chana."
Sorry, what did you say?
I thought you were
I
having-
can't hear you what you said now.
It's a "well done, Chana." There it's written, the last sentence of that message.
All right, and you said history has no blank pages. What do you mean by that? In the same section?
Maybe it's too much English. But history has got no...
I don't
blank-
understand what too much English?
Yes, it's too much
What do you
English.
mean?
No, it's too much English in the sense that it is... History has got no blank pages. In other words, something that happened in the past is recorded somewhere, and you can still trace
And you're
it back.
speaking about that
And that's
tweet
exactly-
specifically,
Yes.
history has no blank pages?
Yes.
All right, I understand English perfectly, thank you, sir.
Yeah.
You stated you remained at home and you rendered no services from the 1st of June. For how long were you at home and you were remunerated up until what point?
I would have been remunerated until 2020. I think it was 2020. I think it was August.
So
Following the...
plus minus 3 years, just give or take a few months.
Is it 3 years, not more? Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's 2020. I'm speaking on, but I think it's documented here.
And when did you get your official suspension letter? Which date was that again?
On the 7th, it was a notice for intention.
All right.
And we responded the following day through my lawyers and said, there is no reason to give me a notice because I'm already at home. I'm already suspended from the 1st of June. So I think 7th and 8th of June.
So that's when you got your official letter of
Yes.
suspension?
Yes.
All right. You mentioned a lot of generals sitting at home, including receiving salaries, yourself included, and it's no insult to you. What the question, though, is if all these generals are sitting at home and many SAPS members do not, and many SAPS members don't even have the necessary equipment to discharge their work correctly. You said, Nana, to an honourable member here, the list, you were specifying women that were sitting at home, so there's obviously many, many more. And they're also receiving full pay. How do we get rid of that?
By holding management accountable. You can't have a situation where people are sitting at home for prolonged periods. If a person has committed an act of misconduct and you are to institute disciplinary action, the regulations prescribe time frames within which that must happen. So implement what the regulations are saying to save the state and the taxpayer a lot of money. All what this is called for is compliance. And there is even a letter, a directive coming from the Minister of Public Service and Administration to say, if, for example, that suspension goes beyond the prescribed time frames, in the police, according to regulation, it's 60 days, which can be extended to for a further 30 days. If those days are exhausted, the directive is place that person in an alternative environment so that the person can at least continue rendering
So all the
services.
generals that are now currently under suspension that you named, have they been placed in alternative positions or are they sitting at home?
I'm not the national commissioner.
No, I'm
Uh,
asking your opinion. You're here to assist the committee, so I'm just asking what your knowledge on it. Are they sitting at home receiving pay? The names you read out.
Earlier, honorable member, I told you about Lieutenant General Manamela, the provincial
Correct.
commissioner of
Mpumalanga.
Mpumalanga. She has been sitting forever at home. And there are many more of those people.
No, that gives me direction. Thank you. You've assisted. So in paragraph 84, you say political interference has been the order of the day post Polokwane's ANC conference. Can you please name for the record the ministers, members of parliament, politicians who are part of this political interference up until your current knowledge?
No, I can't.
What is your reason for that? Because you're here to assist the committee, so...
Must I just blanket name
Well-
people? I have in my affidavit outlined the specific instances. For example, I've outlined the issue relating to General Mpeho. I've outlined the issue relating to General Mdluli.
No, I'm asking about the ministers, members of parliaments and politicians.
But they
Because
are
I think
named.
we've covered. Yes, I want to know their names.
Honorable member, they are named. I said, in that period, the late Minister Mteto was the Minister of Police. After Minister of Police, Mteto, I think we had Minister between Nhleko and what is his name? Between Nhleko and Balula, I think we had the two somewhere there. So it is in those periods. So yeah, Minister.
I asked this because it's your colleagues in SAPS. You spoke specifically about the struggle credential SAPS members that are feeling the effect. You spoke about senior management that were badly affected by this.
Yes.
So
we do.
that's the reason I asked that question. Did you ever witness political interference with your own eyes in operations, that you witnessed it with your own eyes?
Earlier,
Not after effects.
No, not after effects. I have said I'm an example of the effect of political interference. I've seen actually, and for one reason or another, this is not being spoken about. You have the structure here of the police, the current structure, which removes inspectorate. You have got the structure of the police currently, which reflects PCIRA, which reflects, I think it's civilian secretariat and so on, which reflects IPID. What has those to do with the police structure that the National Commissioner is by law authorized to establish? How do you go and remove inspectorate? Inspectorate has, throughout the lifespan of policing, since policing was born, it's part of the establishment because of the important work that they do. You can't say inspectorate is going to be replaced by internal audit or quality management. They've got a specific function in policing. It's directed, it is here.
Thank you. So I just want to quickly question you on McBride, Sullivan and Pop Crew. I think it's from, I'm not going to give you all, it's 83, 97, 100, 309, 332 and 337, those paragraphs. You spoke at large about McBride, O'Sullivan, Prop Crew, and how they were, coordinating a target against you. So if I had to just zone in a little bit, McBride, what did he have to gain personally for targeting you? If you want another passages, 83 and 100, but what did he have to gain?
What pages?
Not pages, paragraph 83 and 100. Or I think it's of the supplementary, if I'm correct. Sorry,
Well-
I've been working between all these documents
Yeah.
with very short time.
83, you said paragraphs.
Yes, paragraph 83 and 100. I just want to know, what did McBride have to gain to personally attack you?
The heart and soul of the South African Police Service. They wanted to take control of the South
McBride
African
wanted
Police.
to.
McBride and O'Sullivan.
And O'Sullivan, so them together wanted to take over that.
Yeah.
And Pop Crew?
It is on record. Even
No
Nkabinde
problem.
was here, spoke about they wanted McBride to become the National Commissioner of Police. The SMSs and WhatsApps which are here speaks volumes to say he's about to be appointed as a National Commissioner. Please move.
And Pop Crew, what did Pop Crew, sorry, my microphone, what did Pop Crew gain institutionally?
What
Because you
is-
spoke about Pop Crew as well.
But-
I think in paragraph 97 and 100.
It is Pop Crew that held the press conference of September 2012. It is Pop Crew that I took to court.
So it's Pop Crew was a political vehicle used within SAPS against you.
Of course.
And who politically drove that deployment? Who was running the show? Who was giving direction to these two? To O'Sullivan, to McBride, to Pop Crew? Who was giving them the direction to target you?
Honorable Member, O'Sullivan was here, the handler of McBride. He was directing those operations. It is O'Sullivan, McBride. McBride came here and said to you that IPIT was infiltrated. He's not saying here. He was handling people within crime intelligence. Hlongwani, Petle, Trili. There are people, in actual fact, the people who provided this information, even about my vehicles and so on, were the people that were doing vetting on me, that McBride pulled and placed them within crime intelligence. Not within within IPIT. It is McBride who was talking here about Brigadier Khomo to say Khomo infiltrated, while he was busy patching them out of crime, out of IPIT, and many more. There is Major General Musimani Khape. All those people that were not in his good books, he kicked them out and he wanted to bring people. There is reference here that was made. It's even here in O'Sullivan's book of Monsami, and there's a whole report here in my affidavit that speaks volumes about his involvement and the disinformation that he has been peddling.
Thank you, sir. You didn't want to really speak much about labor issues, and I will respect that, and I agree, because we're here to speak about corruption of members within SAPS, IDAC, CI, IPID, political interference, and so forth. So I'd like to respect that, but I'm going to ask you about corruption and alleged corruption. How many criminal charges have been laid against you since 2017, regardless of the outcome?
Since 2017?
Correct.
Blue lights, it's one. The CI, what do you call, the software, it's two. There was an allegation on vehicles, which never went anywhere in the courts. Those were the three. There was a music system which they were talking about, which they themselves confessed to say, but the late Mandla confessed. The WhatsApp is here
No,
to say he actually bought it. But these are the things that were being flighted to say corruption.
All right. Did you, your wife, and Mr. Snyman appear in court in 2018 on fraud and corruption-related charges?
I just mentioned
That's the one.
the vehicles.
And that was the one you were out on bail on 10,000
You are incorrect.
at that time?
But that matter is withdrawn.
Or is it, but you were on bail at that time on 10,000. I'm just trying to get the facts
course,
straight, sir.
of course.
You don't need to be defensive. I'm asking
No,
very simple questions.
I have to be defensive.
You
it's
don't
about
have to
me.
be. You're into inquiry. I'm not prosecuting you. Did you lay criminal charges against anyone for intimidation or malicious prosecutions? And if not, who authorized the continuation of salary payments?
Who authorized?
All of the payments that were being made. Did you lay any charges against anyone for the intimidation and malicious prosecutions that they were making against you? Because you said all of, these people were coming after you and they were charging you. So it was malicious.
I don't know why I must answer that question because that's not my initiative. And
It's not
at
you?
the right time, I will make that decision. For now, I'm calling for everyone who's making allegations to bring them, let's go to court. Let they be ventilated in court. As to what I do thereafter,
So you haven't opened any cases against anybody for malicious? I'm not saying you have to. I'm asking, have you?
what I do thereafter is my business. But there is a case, Camille Drift 12 of 1, 2017, where all these people that were sitting here are supposed to be before court. And that is not happening. It may be a relevant question to ask.
Do you find it concerning that so many senior SAPS members are all facing corruption allegations, claims, and the list goes on. I mean, you've been following the Nhlanhla Commission, you've been following this committee. Does that not concern you that so many people in the highest of levels have been facing serious
Honourable Glover.
allegations?
Concocted.
Unfortunately, your time
All of it concocted.
Concocted.
finished.
Thank you very much, Mr.
You are
Phahlane, for
concocting
your
another time now.
And thank you for your time, Chairperson.
Honourable Sikosa.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to make a follow-up, Chair. I wanted, in fact, not a follow-up, a clarity. Because when General was, in fact, the evidence leader, unfortunately, that stopped somewhere in the middle. The issue you said about your matter was taken from Pretoria to Randburg, to a commissional court somewhere in Randburg. Am I right?
Correct.
So that's where you say
Not Randburg, to Palm Ridge.
to Palm Ridge. I mean, yes.
Okay.
That's where I think it's IDEC. Is it IDEC or iPad? Which the prosecutor issue of that was the issue.
Correct.
Clarity on that. I'm sorry. I'm not want to take.
If I'm
your time.
accused to have acted as an accounting officer, I was acting, whatever I did, I was doing it in Pretoria, where the National Police Headquarters is. How I find myself in Palm Ridge, heavens knows.
So is it IDEC who took you to Palm Ridge?
It's IDEC, it's Richard Chabalala, it's Temani Vinang, it's Soko, and the rest, the rogue.
The rogue unit which we spoke about.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Honourable Kola Barnett.
I thank you, Chairperson. Good evening. In this committee, I asked ex-IPID member, Mr. Nkabinde, who you referred to earlier, had been a senior investigator at the IPID. And on the task team investigating you, he was on it as Mr. Phahlane. You're not a general, of course. I'm not sure why people are calling you that. That it had apparently come to light that, and I quote from the affidavit, in mid-March 2018, certain SAPS members, including General Mkhwanazi and you, had allegedly approached members of the IPID task team and offered them promotions to brigadier within crime intelligence in exchange for giving false statements implicating McBride and other senior IPID members involved in the investigation against you. Your response to that?
First, you, honourable member, you may want not to peddle this
Please
information.
drag your mic towards your mouth.
Sorry. Secondly, I, in my life, have never been in a meeting with General Mkhwanazi and any of the IPID people. Never.
Okay.
Whoever is feeding that information, they must pay their school fees back.
Okay, I'm getting information out of what was presented to this committee in affidavits. I'm not fabricating it. And I'm not peddling anything, I'm asking you questions, which I think is my job here.
You have been peddling quite a lot.
I've asked you one question, sir.
All right.
Now, Mr. Nkabinde was allegedly convinced by Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi to give a Section 204 statement against Mr. McBride as head of the IPID at that stage in order to try and destroy the case against you. That's the claim. And it's claimed that you were involved here.
Honorable Kola Barnett, please pause. Honorable Klopper.
Sorry, Chairperson. You know, the witnesses said that the Honorable Kola Barnett is peddling information. And we requested he withdraw that statement. She's peddling nothing. She had asked one question.
General Phahlane,
I
did
withdraw.
you accuse Honorable Barnett of peddling information?
I withdraw, Honorable Member.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Please, let's proceed. Please, let's refrain General Phahlane to make such kind of sentiments.
My questions are based on evidence that we've had.
We
before.
must wait, Honorable Kola Barnett. We must, at all times, even if we hold strong views against any member, but we must always maintain the decorum and the respect. Even at the time when we disagree with what they may be putting in front of you. Please, let's proceed, Honorable Kola
Thank
Barnett.
you. It's claimed that you were involved there. You deny that. From my perspective as a very, very long-serving member of the Police Portfolio Committee, and certainly on when you were the Acting National Police Commissioner, I put it to you that, in fact, that's typical SAPS behavior, to attack the very people who put forward accusations, be it to whoever it's aimed at, to try and scuttle the investigations. Your thoughts on that?
Thanks, Chair. The 204 statement of Nkabinde, it's a fact. He testified about it here. It is also on record. In actual fact, parts of it, it is in the docket. So I don't do investigations. That investigation was conducted by General Mabula, and General Mkhwanazi had nothing to do with a 204 statement. It flows from the investigation conducted by General Mabula. And yes, Nkabinde is a 204 witness in Camel Drift Case 12 of 1/2017 that has been gathering dust in the IPIT and the NPA environment.
Okay. It's interesting to me that your arrest, along with several crime intelligence members, including 2 major generals, arrested over that 54 million tender fraud, and the investigative directorate did that arrest and those arrests. That was in 2022, and the tender back in 2016. And again, the company iView was allegedly behind that. A Durban businessman, one Ibanathan Kistia, I think that's how you would pronounce it, who was also investigated in relation with the 45 million rand procurement of the grabber prior to the ANC's elective conference at Nasrec in 2017. Do you have a relationship with this man? Do you know him?
I don't even know him. I started knowing him the day he was brought to court, or the day I was at Brooklyn Police Station.
Okay.
Secondly, it's the same matter that I testified about earlier on software.
Yes.
Which software was used successfully to gather intelligence that enabled us to effectively police the fees must fall, and that made us effectively to police the Vuani community, and we were able to allow those people to go and vote. And I do not regret a minute that I signed the deviation.
That's
and I
fine.
don't know where the 54 million is coming from.
Okay, all of the claim is that was all paid for, but nothing was delivered. You're saying it was paid for and it was delivered. Unfortunately, we don't have investigators here. So we're reliant on the outcomes of various court cases, etc. Now, another system...
Honourable Member,
If I can
can
just
I-
finish first, Chair.
Okay.
Another system, the data list that you referred to earlier, cost 21 million, also from the same person, iView, the company iView, to encrypt phone calls. Now, of course, at that time, you were under investigation, I think, in the blue light matter. Again, payment was made, but no goods delivered. Now, that resulted, I think, in your arrest again. There was an 86 million rand issue. Again, it was Mr. Kistia who seemed to be the common factor. So again, did you not know him, although his company was the one supplying or attempting to supply or being paid for, shall we say, and not supplying goods to the SAPS?
Honourable Member, you are incorrect. I was not under investigation for the blue lights. The blue lights is an afterthought. When I appeared before the Portfolio Committee where you were present,
Yes.
the 16th of May 2017, that was already in place, that equipment. By the way, software, you don't deliver it in boxes.
Really? Who knew?
You don't deliver software in boxes. Software is loaded on computers. It's system related.
I am aware of that, sir. Please don't...
Honourable Member,
Really?
am I allowed to answer that question?
Honorable Kolabanat, what question was that?
He went into explaining to me how software is delivered, which I know. So I'm just saying I'm aware of this. You don't have to go into the ins and outs of how software is delivered because it's not delivered in a box. I think he thinks that I believe it is.
Yeah, I think as much as we must be cognizant of time, General Phahlane, but I think also you'll recall that there would have been a complaint of us asking a broad question and not allowing witnesses to express themselves
Okay.
properly. So I think it is important that you allow him to respond properly and satisfactorily, but as you are going to guide him when you, I think you can be able to communicate with each other.
I did try
You don't
to.
have to intervene every now and
Okay.
then. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. I start. The software and ComSec has got nothing to do with blue lights. Software and ComSec were procured by Crime Intelligence December 2016, and it was for a specific purpose. And the allegations that it was never delivered are baseless, because if they were never delivered, how was it going to be possible to use the same software to gather intelligence that allowed us to successfully police the Feast Must Fall? How possible was it that it could have allowed us to successfully police Vuwani? Delivery took place. On the ComSec, it has absolutely nothing to do with my protection. If you look, that ComSec was procured by CI for CI people. It so happens that part of the people that were amongst whom it was distributed were the divisional commissioners and some of the provincial commissioners. So there is no truth in the baseless allegations that it was meant to protect me. From what?
Okay. We've been into and had reference to items that went missing from the forensic laboratory while you were the head thereof. Reference to the cocaine and the rhino horn, etc. Now, POPCU agreed with the report that came out. You say POPCU are part of some cabal that's against you. So I think I should just move on there. Look, it's been claimed in this committee that you used your acting national commissioner position to launch a counter-investigation in terms of the IPID, bringing in a team from Northwest who attempted but failed to provide a security breach. What's your response to that?
It's a very funny question, Honorable Chair. When police establish a team, the divisional commissioner or the acting divisional commissioner of crime intelligence sanctions a threat assessment. The threat assessment confirms that there is a threat on my life and that of my family. And it even further say there is criminality. Now, the acting divisional commissioner of crime intelligence approaches a provincial commissioner of Northwest to designate officers to go and do an investigation on criminality, which investigation culminates in the opening of Camille Drift case 12/1/2017. And people are arrested, and the case gets struck off the roll when they are about to add suspects. We now know that that docket is gathering dust. Now, you have a Phahlane task team that was comprised of people from IPIT coming from Limpopo, KwaZulu-Natal, Eastern Cape, Free State, Gauteng, all over the country. They are well enough to be constituted as a task team. In this report, I'm making again visible a project Cyborg, which was put together, comprised of Sithole, McBride, Matakata, who were to focus on me. How much money can the state afford in focusing on an individual, on matters that you have got here judgments of the FDA, two, and I've given you the third one, where the very same things that they were alleging, they are found wanting. They are now to pay FDA 1.4 billion for that. But a task team of 4 people coming from Northwest, which did a job not appointed by me, even Judge Tuchten, there is a judgment here, Judge Tuchten would have said, the reason I'm saying these people must be removed is to make sure that people are not investigating each other. There is no judgment in that judge, from the judge who say Phahlane appointed the task team.
Could I just ask you to go back a minute? You said there was a case in court and that it was pulled. Are you suggesting that the court is corrupt, or what suggestion are you making there? You said the court is now, the case is just lying there, but it was in court, and you said it was pulled. Who by?
Honorable member, I know I'm to answer questions here, but
Sorry, you said it. I was just doing a follow-up.
no, I've never spoke about the court which is corrupt. I said there is Camille Drift case 12/1/2017, which repeatedly we have been talking about. Even Kabinde was here.
Yes.
That is gathering
earlier,
dust.
Earlier you said there was a case that went to court against these people.
But that's
And
exactly
then
the
you
case
said it
I'm
was
talking
pulled.
about.
So who pulled it? Is it the court or is it the SAPS? Who pulled it away from the court?
I
You
don't-
said it's now just lying there.
Sorry, Chair. I don't understand what is pulled, but I said the case was struck off the roll
Dropped off
at
the
the
roll.
point where additional suspects were to be added.
Okay.
Pulled, I don't know where it comes from.
All right. Taken off the court roll. Apologies for using the wrong phrase. I'm very interested in Lieutenant General Adeline Shezi, who I really thought at one stage might end up being the National Police Commissioner. She's also been dismissed from the SAPS, so she's Ms. Shezi now, of course. She was arrested along with her nephew, sister, and a Chepo Causa, arrested for fraud, corruption, and money laundering in relation to the Technology Management Division under Forensics, which you were running, when she used a service provider and a family member to assist her to renovate her own property and to score further SAPS contracts. Now, she, of course, you work very closely together in the Forensics Division. Did you know what she and her family were up to?
I don't have to know what she's up to with her family. I know and respect her as a colleague, and I've played a part in her development.
Yes.
When I arrived in forensic services, she was a colonel.
Yes, I know.
Competent, very competent. So as to the family affairs, they are really beyond
It's not
my
a
scope.
family affair, sir. It's fraud and corruption within the SAPS,
No, but
which
Chair, I
was
was asked-
happening under you.
I was asked about family affairs, and you got it wrong, honorable member, because when that matter happened, When that allegation surfaced, I was an acting national commissioner.
Yes,
And she was in technology management services.
Yes.
So what did it have to do with me?
I didn't say it had anything to do with you. I'm not accusing you of anything. I'm asking your opinion on the fact that a very prominent person of the SAPS used her entire family corruptly, used SAPS money corruptly, got SAPS tenders corruptly, and they've all been arrested. I wondered if you knew anything about her corrupt activities when you were the acting National Police Commissioner,
Chair.
because you had been so close.
I'm not here to come and give opinions. I'm here to testify and give evidence. And I unfortunately have got nothing to offer in as far as General Shezi's family affairs are concerned. And the honorable member even gets it wrong, because this, what she is referring to, even happened beyond my tenure as an acting national commissioner.
It would have
when I
happened
was at
while you
home.
were in service, sir, and she worked very closely with you. It's not a family matter. Her entire family was arrested for corruption.
I
using the
think,
SAPS.
sorry,
But
Honorable
I'm not going
Kolobana,
to say it
I
again,
think the
but-
overarching question is that were you aware at the time when you were the acting national commissioner? I think that's the part that
Exactly. Thank you.
warrants an answer.
But Chair,
Were you aware of the alleged corrupt activities when you were the acting national commissioner?
am I allowed to answer in Sesotho?
Do we have interpretation services here?
No.
We don't. Can you proceed as you were doing, please?
All right, I'm going to answer in my other mother tongue, Afrikaans. Ek was nie bewus nie,
Okay.
omdat dit nie deur my tydperk gebeur het nie.
What does that mean? Okay. That's fine.
Okay, can you delegate Honorable Matthias to translate for us? I think the witness has left me as well now.
Oh, shame, I don't speak Afrikaans. I can just about speak English,
Okay.
so you're asking for miracles here.
All right,
Ah.
let me just do honorable chair.
You know who can, there's honorable swords here. Khaled's life matter.
Chairperson, I will not indulge in unfairness. When I request translation, I am denied. So I refuse.
Well, will you just do it, please?
It looks like we have no one to rescue us. Okay,
Can I just
proceed,
ask the
Honorable
lo-
Pana.
Honorable
could
Chair,
just
let me
ask the
just
last
sort
question
it
then.
out.
Okay.
It never, the allegation did not happen during any of the time frames that I was in office, whether as a divisional commissioner or as an acting national commissioner. It happened beyond. While I know and heard about it and I engaged, somewhere earlier I did say, General Shezi is being accused to have received money from a service provider for the renovation of his house. Now I hear it's the sister's house. But I said in my testimony that what I do know is that General Shezi borrowed money through somebody. The details thereof do not belong here. But it did not happen during my tenure. And by the way, I can't be blamed for knowing General Shezi. I'm very proud to have associated with her.
I
She's
don't-
one of the greatest.
Honorable
policewomen.
Kolobana, unfortunately your time
Okay, thank you.
is gone. Your time must out. Honorable Matthias?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, you've got a visitor, Honorable Member of Parliament, that you haven't acknowledged. My whole Treasurer General.
Apologies, and thank you
She
for that
won't pay
protest
for my
action.
slides to come here
And
if
thank
you
you for
don't
that protest
acknowledge
action. Honorable Mautwe, you are welcome and greetings. We have not had a good day today, but we are surging on. You can proceed, Honorable Matthias.
Thank you, Chair. Let's just, General Phahlane, let's start with General Shezi. So you're saying, so the action against her and her family of her being arrested didn't happen while you were National Commissioner, but the actual activities, did they also not happen? All what she's been charged for and what they've been arrested for, did it happen while you were National Commissioner or when you were in Forensic Services?
As far as I'm concerned, Honorable Member, I was not aware of any such.
No, you're not answering my question.
Okay.
Did it happen? What the actual acts, what she and the family have been charged and arrested for, it happened during a period, right? The charging and the arrest happened way later. So they charged for an act that happened on a particular day or during a particular period. Were you in charge of Forensic Services or the acting National Commissioner when that took place?
Without specific dates, I will not be able to, I don't want to say it definitely did not happen because I was not aware of it.
Or you
But,
haven't followed anything about the arrest?
sorry,
You haven't followed any of it
Only
about her
after.
arrest and all the charges? I'm
Only
just saying, because you said you're very proud of someone whose entire family has been charged for corruption, and you're saying you are proud to have known her, and you're still proud to have known her.
no, that's not what I said.
Okay,
I said
tell me what you said again.
I'm
because
saying-
No, yes?
I contributed in the development of General
I'm not
Shezi.
talking about, you said you are proud to
Yeah,
have
but
known
I'm getting there. If you can allow me to get there. I started knowing General Shezi when I got to Forensic Services. She's a very competent woman. And I've got no doubt that I am proud of what she had achieved, what she's capable of. As to the details of what is being alleged, I unfortunately was not aware, and I don't have the details. The only thing that I know is that there is an allegation to say she was paid money from a service provider to, for the renovations of a house. That's all I know. The finer details I don't know, and I was not aware of.
Hey, it's a very sad day when a former acting National Commissioner can sit here when we have an entire family that has been arrested, that is in jail for the level of corruption that they committed, and you are singing their praises on their competency in corruption. But let's park that. I'm just saying it's a very sad day.
No, but Honorable Member, we must correct. General Shezi is not in jail.
The entire family.
They are not in jail.
Corruption. But they've been charged, criminally charged and arrested.
But I thought that our constitution say you are innocent until proven guilty. She's still undergoing
not
court.
Okay, let's even leave it there. I think we should just park it because you're just digging yourself more in the hole. They are criminally charged. They might be out on bail, but I'm saying for you, who was once a former acting commissioner of this country, to talk the way you have, you should have just submarined on that and let it go. Because we were not asking about her competency. I didn't ask about her competency. Let's talk, Lieutenant General, about the issue of you being, suspended, right? How is it possible that an entire president did not know that his minister was suspending you? I mean, it's so bizarre because it was everywhere.
I don't know. All I know is that I was asked to step aside by the minister. Whether the president knew or not, I don't know. I don't have a document today which is saying to me, you are suspended by the president.
Okay, but I think just logically, Lieutenant General, if our minister comes, it means that he has had some sort of conversation and it was agreed to. It's not possible that President Zuma did not know that you were going to be. Are you saying that he should have come personally and told you?
No, Honorable Member.
What were you expecting from President Zuma?
Even if it was not personal, even if he accordingly delegated and gave the minister the letter, I will not be asking. So I'm not going to make assumptions. What I'm saying, which is a fact, is that I was asked to step aside by a minister of police. And secondly, I have got no documentation to that effect. Thirdly, no prescripts, at least that I know of, provide for step aside.
Okay.
The prescripts provide for suspension, which suspension could be effected by the national commissioner. Not that the president can't effect the suspension, but I'm talking reality here.
So you just wanted a letter from the president because it's not possible that the minister could have been tasked to do so. So you're saying you didn't protest on the matter when you met the then Minister of Police, right? So there was no written objection. You didn't do any objection to when there was that discussion, and then they agreed that you are going to be suspended. Do you have any records that you objected to the suspension?
I'm on record, as having said, I've never objected. I never challenged. I never challenged that, and I went home.
Okay. So do you think by not doing or submitting, even sending a letter to the president in writing during that time to say that you have not issued a letter, I'm getting a letter, the minister is saying that even if he didn't respond, did you think that was something that you should have done?
In hindsight, no. In the first place, I never applied for the president to appoint me.
But you wanted him to release you, right?
Not me. The law says he must release me.
Right, so I'm saying that, yes. So when that didn't happen and you were not satisfied, Lieutenant General, did you do anything in writing to reach out, even if he didn't respond? There's no way you wouldn't have his email to say that I'm being told by the minister, I want to put it on record that I do not have anything in writing from you to release me from this position.
For your own benefit, Honorable Member, I don't have President Zuma's cell number, landline, email,
I'm not on-
or address.
So our whole acting national commissioner could not get that information. I'm just saying.
But you are saying I did not have, and I'm confirming that I
That's
did not
what I'm
have.
saying. So
And there
you
is no
confirm-
reason.
Leave you personally. But
No.
you were an acting national commissioner that could not, I can even get, an ordinary citizen can get an email address to send an email to the president. You didn't have capacity.
I've got much more capacity. I'm much more capable. I was able to function independently. And if there was something that was to go to the president, it would have went through the minister, which is part of our protocol. So I really don't need a president's numbers and so on.
Okay, we didn't ask if you needed it, but so you also didn't send a letter to the minister to say, can you please let the president know that he is the one that needs to send me the letter to say that I'm suspended? Did you have any correspondence or anything like that if you communicated with the minister?
Honorable Member, I'm not a beggar. I was sitting
not
in.
asking if you
No,
beggar.
but
You
I'm
went
trying
to
to answer your
court.
question. I am sitting with the minister who is saying, go home. And I say, who do I hand over to? He said, no, don't worry, go home. And that's exactly what I did.
So why did you go to court after then if you were, why did you go to court after when you were suspended? Why did you go to court?
But the court process is challenging a different thing.
What
And
was-
that's why that judgment.
You weren't challenging your suspension as being unlawful.
No,
What were you challenging?
dismissal, unfair dismissal.
Which was the result of your suspension, right?
But you can be suspended, you can return to service. It
for
doesn't
3
necessarily
years.
mean that when you are suspended, you'll be dismissed. And the focus there was on the unfair dismissal.
Okay. So you were suspended. You were suspended for full pay for 3 years, right? There was no disciplinary process that happened, and that only happened in 2020. So you were quite happy. Okay, let's go to this point. While you were suspended for those 3 years, did you write to anybody to say, when am I going to a disciplinary process?
Yeah, we are there. Now, I'm going to try and explain again. The suspension had nothing to do with the...
I get that. I'm asking a
No, you
different
don't get
question.
it, because there's something that I need to bring to your attention.
Okay.
The suspension had nothing to do with the 2020 charge, which relates to
Okay.
the 360.
Okay.
The suspension had to do, amongst others, with the CPN report, issues that were raised in the CPN report. It is there where Advocate Terry Mutau SC was appointed to preside over. While we were still waiting for that process, then comes 2020, July the 6th, a notice of an investigation that was not even done. So these are separate things. And there is no, conclude, there is no letter of me going somewhere to complain. The only investigation that you'll find is with the public protector, which is looking at those issues.
Okay, we're going to get to the public protector. So we are agreeing that you were suspended, and you were not suspended by the president as legally you're saying that you should have. You accepted it because you did not want to be a beggar, right? You were sat at home for 3 years with no process that happened, no disciplinary process, something just resurfaced again in 2020, right? It's not your fault that they suspended you on full pay. I'm just saying, but that was the situation. It wasn't.
No, Honorable Member, I'm trying to explain. I say, in the 3 years, when the 60-day was lapsing, remember? You have got the first, so-called step aside. You have got the 8th, where suspension is now confirmed. In that process comes in the disciplinary process that was chaired by Advocate Terry Mutau. That was done or initiated before the first 60 days lapsed. So it was proceeding. The 90 days lapsed provided for the suspension. In that, as the process unfolded, there was a court challenge on the authority to charge. Then there was an outcome. While the outcome was delivered, and we are saying, at that point, I think the proceedings were postponed, Synodine. Synodine. Now, while waiting for the reactivation of that process, voila, comes a notice of this expeditious process. Which process is the one that is being challenged? Which ended up at Bargaining Council, Labour Court, Labour Appeals Court. It is now in the Constitutional Court.
But overall, that whole period, it was 3 years.
Which whole period?
The 3 years of your suspension took place for 3 years.
Yes.
Okay, that's what I was saying. There was a whole lot of processes that happened, but for 3 years you were suspended until 2020.
Yes.
Okay, let's park that. You were appointed the Divisional Commissioner in 2010. What was more or less the national forensic backlog at that time?
No, I was not appointed the Divisional Commissioner in 2010.
Not National Commissioner, Divisional Commissioner, I beg your pardon, for
No,
forensic
even
services.
that, I was not appointed the Divisional Commissioner in 2010.
Which
I was
year?
appointed the Divisional Commissioner in 2007 as the Divisional Commissioner Personnel Services.
Oh, okay.
And
Okay,
then,
what were the figures when you entered and when you left office? Do you know more or less?
no, I don't want to give you a guess because there is a detailed report here relating to that. And I think it's a very, it's in my affidavit. It's a very important question, Honorable Member, and I have detail in this affidavit.
You
Because
gave the figures of when you started, what was the backlog in forensic services when you
Yes.
joined and when you entered? Okay,
yes,
we'll note that.
I'm trying to look for it because
No, it's fine, our
I can't-
evidence leaders will note that.
I
no
can't
problem.
just think of the figures, but I can tell you that the figures, when I arrived, they were very high.
Okay.
I left with figures, I think, overall, I'm not only talking DNA, under, I think it was under 6,000, but that figure has since escalated over a period.
And then what was the procurement for the 360-degree camera system? Was that part of the documented forensic turnaround strategy?
Just come again.
So the procurement for these cameras, the 360-degree cameras, was it part of a turnaround strategy?
Correct.
Okay.
That was funded for
Where's
by the
strate-
CJS.
Okay. And do we have a copy, or do you have a copy of where the strategy was recorded?
It will be with SAPS. If you go to forensic services, it should be there.
Okay, so our evidence leaders will note that. So let's talk about Itemba, that dispute. Were there any prior findings against forensic services under your leadership before? So before the dispute regarding Itemba Forensic Group, were there any prior audit findings against forensic services under your leadership?
Well, I can't say they were not, because you have internal audit that continued to audit. You have the AG, but we have never had anything of this magnitude.
Okay, so they were.
And by the way, that finding relating to this 360, it's actually not a forensic services finding.
Okay.
It's a supply chain management finding.
Okay, so, but there were findings under your leaderships. Let's talk about again on the 360 camera.
Sorry, Honorable Member,
Camera.
I was trying to look for this. I just wanted to mention to you, you will see page 109 in terms of that the backlog issues.
Okay.
I think there is a whole report which is contained in there.
Okay.
From 109 until 115.
No problem. Let's go back to the Itemba, right? What exactly was your designation when it was advertised and awarded?
When it was
The tender,
advertised,
yeah, the 360-degree pattern.
when it was advertised, I was in forensic services
You
from
were, okay.
2010, and I think it was advertised in 2013. So I
You were
was the
still there,
divisional
okay.
commissioner of forensic
When
services.
it was advertised?
When it was advertised,
And
yeah.
awarded, okay. Then you say here, I think that you wrote to the supply chain management on the 22nd of October, indicating that Itemba offer was non-compliant, right?
Yes.
Who briefed you that the complaint was non-compliant?
Who briefed me?
Yeah. Who briefed you that Itemba's was non-compliant?
The experts in forensic services,
Who-
the head of crime scene management,
Yeah,
who
can
was
we have
Brigadier
their names?
Diko. Brigadier Diko.
Okay, how did that come about? So did you
No,
convene
let me
them?
first give the names.
Okay,
then
I'm
you
going to
ask
come
the
back
question.
to you.
Yeah.
Let's just talk about how did that come around? Did you go to them or they came to you?
I am the divisional commissioner of forensic services. I received a complaint from
you-
supply chain management.
Okay.
That complaint, I write it out to the head, what is it, criminal record and crime
So
scene
supply
management.
chain, so let me just get it clear. So the supply chain management wrote to you to complain about this, saying that it was non-compliant?
No. The service provider, there were two service,
Yeah.
the
Okay, FDA.
competing service provider, FDA.
Yeah.
On the 22nd of August, after supply chain management awarded the contract on the 28th of July, FDA writes to supply chain management complaining about non-compliance. The divisional commissioner supply chain management, because we are the end user, these were the cameras that were required by us. He then sends that complaint to me and say, we have this complaint, can you look into it? That's when I put the experts together, and the experts come back and say, indeed, what is awarded are cameras that we are not going to be able to use. It is on that basis that I respond to supply chain management.
Okay, and then you were going to give me the name of who, so you didn't have an independent technical team, you used internal you used the internal technical team to confirm that it was non-compliant. You didn't get an independent.
But it is us who are supply chain management,
I'm asking,
despite
it's
our,
okay.
despite our recommendation that we as supply chain management get an independent assessor who was going to do that.
Did you get one?
To date, it's not done.
Oh, okay. Did you ever meet anybody independently, socially from FDA or from Itemba? Ever? Outside, informally?
What is informally? I have met, I
Not
mean, even,
officially in offices. And have you or your family, anybody benefited directly or indirectly from either Itemba?
No.
Or nothing?
nothing.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mates, Honorable Souls.
General Phahlane, good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Just bring me on the. Huh? Oh, you want to move? Okay. Just bring me up to speed in terms of the labor matter. My reading of the two judges that heard your matter, both of them, they disagreed, although they gave the same conclusion. And they upheld the appeal. The one felt that the labor court did not have jurisdiction. The other judge felt that he's going to strictly deal with it based on the Labor Relations Act on unfair dismissal. The other one felt that what should be dealt with is the unlawfulness of the removal. Now that you're going to the Constitutional Court, what is the legal question this time? Unfair dismissal? Or you're asking the Constitutional Court to test unlawfulness for constitutionality?
Our argument is still premised on unfair dismissal, because we are simply saying to the Constitutional Court, this matter was not adjudicated fairly. Having said so, we still raise, in our papers, I think we still agree with the minority judgment, which is Judge Tokota, in as far as the unlawfulness is concerned. Because the unlawful dismissal, he's premising it on, the lack of authority by the functionaries who perform certain functions.
Okay. You testified that if you had to decide on whether or not to do the deviation today on the procurement of the software, you will do the deviation again. Why would you do it again, General?
Honorable Member, I'll do it again because before me was never a procurement application. In other words, I did not know who were the companies or the bidders that responded. I had nothing to do with that. I did not even know the directors of those. I was approached with, we are in the process of doing this procurement. And the procurement is about software, it's about ComSec. And that we now are not able to finalize our procurement because we are bound by the limits of their authority, in other words, 1 million. So they simply say, having motivated and told me what they are procuring, without having to say from whom they procure, they say, can you then allow us to exceed that threshold? And for that purposes, I said yes. Why? Because this is what is required to deal with an agent and burning matter of the fees must fall. It may have been approved in December, but we know, we had intelligence that when the students comes back in January, that was going to be an issue. And our readiness was very important.
There's two issues there. What does the Act require you to do before approving a deviation for an emergency procurement? What does the Act require an accounting officer to do?
The emergency was not a factor in this case because that provision was allowed by the policy which said they are allowed. Now I'm talking about the Secret Services account policy. I'm not talking about the Public Finance Management Act or the National Treasury. I'm talking about the Secret Services account policy. Allowed them to do that. So that was a non-issue for me. All what the law required from me is apply your mind to the facts before you, whether there is justification for them to exceed the threshold or not. That's all what I was seized with.
No, sir. You were seized with a deviation that cost the taxpayer over 30 billion rand. That requires you to act according to the Act. The policy does not become priority over the law that governs how public funds should be used. So you are wrong in saying that all you had to do as an accounting officer is listen to them when they say we need to deviate, and you did not interrogate and study what was before you, including who the companies were, etc. You are required to do due diligence. That's what it means to apply your mind. Do you agree?
I don't agree because maybe I don't understand when you talk about due diligence. What due diligence?
You said apply your mind. So let's rather use your word then. What does it mean to then apply your mind? Before you allow over 30 million from the public office.
But I was not considering over 30 million. I was considering whether they can be allowed to exceed 1 million.
And they exceeded it by how many million?
Which is what has been approved. There was no limit.
Which is how much?
Which is how much?
How much was it exceeded ultimately above 1 million?
Well, they spent over 30 million,
Yeah,
but
exactly.
I have approved a deviation from 1 million.
And that deviation caused them to spend 30 million.
Which was used because it did
Before
not
we
go
go
down
for what
the
it's
drain.
used, before we go for what it's used, you are saying the reason why you approved it because you just approved so that they must use more than 1 million.
No, that's not what I said.
What did you say, General?
I say, you asked me the question, what was before you? What did you consider?
Indeed.
And I'm saying to you, Honorable Member, I did not consider the procurement application the procurement process
That's the
initiated.
point I'm saying to you. And the fact that you didn't apply your mind to how much it will cost the public
But
when you sign, that in itself, you are saying to us,
no,
when it came to you, you just looked at a deviation of 1 million plus. You didn't apply your mind to how much above 1 million it would be. If I understand you correctly or incorrectly, please correct me, General.
incorrectly, honorable member.
Please correct me.
Because we are not on the same page. Because
Okay. Help me, help me.
you see, if I was considering that procurement,
Yes. Yes.
I'll be sitting in a worse situation now, because that would have been construed to be interference with the procurement process.
No, that's not true.
Well, if you are not happy with that answer,
No, it's
I
not
can't
me.
help you.
It's the law, it's not me.
No, the law is happy with me. It
The
is
law-
those that do not understand me that are not happy.
Okay, let me rephrase the question. Should you have known and interrogated how much it will cost ultimately?
No.
No. So the law does not require you to ask, when we deviate, how much will this cost the public coffers?
It is the business of those that are considering, who are evaluating the procurement, the bid evaluation committee and the BAC. That is their business.
But
I'm
when
not
you-
going to interfere at that
But
level.
when you approve a deviation, you are legally allowing them not to consider that. They coming to you for a deviation so that they can go out on procurement outside of those processes. You approved it and you didn't even know it's going to cost 30 million. That is irresponsible from an accounting officer.
No, I disagree.
That's okay. For the record, you disagree. The law requires you to do that.
Not the law that I was applying here. If you familiarize yourself with the
No, no,
law.
no. Please
in respect
familiarize
of
me.
the
Which
SS,
law did you use to allow you?
The Secret Services
Read
account.
me the section.
Do you have, I know you don't have time, so.
No,
but
well, I'll
I
give
can.
you time because you're educating me. Read me the section that says you
I'm
should
going
not
to start
consider.
from page 144, 145, 146, so that we are very clear. And on 330.2, in terms of part 2 of the Treasury regulations for the department and constitutional institutions and public entities, May 2002, it is required of the accounting officer to appoint a chief financial officer to serve on the management team of the department. The general responsibility of the CFO is to assist the accounting officer in discharging the duties referred
Sorry,
to.
General, just go to deviation, the deviation.
No, but Chair, I cannot immediately go there.
You
I
should.
need to.
You
I need
used
to-
a particular law that allows you to not consider how much it will cost the public when you approve a deviation. I
But
want to know which law is that.
The law is not a sentence. That's why I said.
I said section.
No,
I
you
said
said law.
I said,
Honorable Chair.
I said, give me the section that allows you to do that. You can't find it. Do you know why you can't find it?
The Secret Services account policy.
Fine, no problem. Read me the section in the policy
No, I'm
that
not
allows
going
you
to
to
be
do
able
what
to
you've
find,
done.
That now here.
Please read it, sir.
No, Chair, if I was to read,
No, rather
I
let's
must
say-
go through this process.
Wait, rather let's say, if you don't have it with you now, during break, because we're taking break after Honorable Sol, you can check the actual provision, then you will relay it with the chair when we come back. Thank you. You can proceed, Honorable Sol.
Let me just go here, Chair, and it's a part. It's in my affidavit 147, 330.7, Chapter 4 of the Secret Services Policy provides that at least 2 written quotations must be obtained and attached to the application form. all motivated applications, e.g. office equipment, computer equipment, technical equipment, and items which are normally used in and around a safe place or for a project, excluding applications for vehicles and cellular phones, must be accompanied by 2 comparative quotations from different distributors for the same product.
All right, so just on that section that you've read, although it doesn't speak about authorizing you to deviate without considering, but let's use your reasoning. There it says you have to consider 2 competitive service providers. You read it, not me. So
2 competitive quotations from service providers.
yes, that's what I said.
Yes.
Now, you had to do that. That's what you read. You said earlier, you signed without knowing who those 2 service providers are. Yet what you just read says, you have to know who. But let's talk about it. Let's talk about that. Who was the 2 service providers?
I don't know because it is not my duty.
It
I
is
do
your
not,
duty.
It is not, Honorable Chair.
Sir.
I have already explained
Okay,
here.
no-
I read one.
no
you stopped
problem.
me when I was going there. 330.1, where it is
General,
saying
the only reason why I stopped you is because you actually read to me about the 2 service providers. And I'm trying to show you that when you say you apply your mind, you cannot apply your mind and not have the details of what is involved. Now the 2 service providers, seeing that you did not know, and because of your signature, 30 million was taken. The 2 service providers was iView and there was another one, Perfect Source. Because you don't know, this is what you've caused. There's supposed to be 2 competitors. Do you know that the one competitor, the one out of the 2, do you know that it was not an IT company, it was a recruiting company?
Chair, I did not know. I only know now. I did not have to know because I do not interfere in
Wow.
procurement. There was a committee.
That's not interfering. They're coming to you
It
for
is-
deviation.
It is interference.
They're coming to you
No.
for deviation. You're going to allow them to follow through on a process that will cost the public coffers 30 million and you saying you're not supposed to know. Well, let me tell you what happened because you didn't know. Let me tell you what happened. What happened, sir, is out of the 2, one was not an IT company. It was not a company specializing in software. It was a recruitment company. And the person who bid for a 30 million, one of the service providers, was not the owner of the company. His wife was. Which automatically put iView in the stronger position. And iView got the tender because you say you didn't have to know. And let me tell you the law.
Which law?
The law, Regulation 16A8.3 of the National Treasury Regulations requires you to have the process to be fair, transparent, and open. And these 2
Sorry,
companies,
Chair, just repeat the law.
Regulation 16, capital A, 8.3, National Treasury Regulations. You are required to give the same requirements to both bidders. And the fact that one of the bidders was not even a supplier of what you procured, and you kept them, that is illegal.
Well, Honorable Member, I can't help you. And
I don't need your help, General.
Sorry?
I don't need your help.
No, but I can't help you
I'm not- I
be on
wasn't-
the same page with me
I'm
in
not
terms of
seeking
understanding.
I'm not seeking to be on the same page with you,
Oh,
General.
okay, me too. I don't seek to be on the same page with
Clearly, you
because
don't-
I implement the law. And the law,
Which one?
paragraph 3.3314, and it is here on my affidavit.
Read it.
And allow me to finish reading that, because you are reading the law that is not applicable here.
Wow.
I accordingly approve the application for deviation annexed as, JKP 60 before me, in compliance with the provisions of paragraph 16A, capital A, point 6.4 of the Treasury Regulations and Policy Prescripts, which states as follows: if in a specific case it is impractical to invite competitive bids, the accounting officer or accounting authority may procure the required goods or services by other means, provided that the reasons for deviating from inviting competitive bids must be recorded and approved by the accounting officer or accounting authority. Now, after consideration of the application and facts prevailing at the time, I granted approval for deviation with this endorsement, subject to compliance with the related prescripts, no deviations allowed. What does that mean? The only thing that comes to me is to say we are limited to 1 million. Can you please consider the deviation, and they motivate. I approve the deviation. It goes back to the committee, which means at that point where I'm approving the deviation, there is no approval granted yet on the procurement process, because it is still going to be complied with in terms of the prescripts. And that's why I don't have to be there. Here is the law that I'm following. Now,
do you know
to be pushed to go and do things that the law
Honorable
doesn't allow me,
General
I will never
Phahlane.
do it.
Unfortunately, your time is
I need to just
up.
I just need to close because the general.
Chair,
We
at
Honorable
least
Phahlane.
allow him to read the script, at least, Chair. He can't conclude like that.
No, members, let's do this, Honorable Souls. Your time is up.
No, I just want to make a statement, Chair.
You can
there's
make
no-
a statement in 3 seconds.
There's no time for scripture. I'll do it for Nomvalo outside. General, the law that you've read is the law that I read for you, and the law that you said you didn't consider. And when you play back the tape, you will hear that you actually mentioned the National Treasury regulations and said you didn't consider that, yet you quoted that. And that laws, I put it to you, will prove that you acted illegally. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Members, let's take a break. We are going to come back at 20 to 9. It's now 8:10. We're taking a 30 minutes break. We're going to come back. General Phahlane, at 20 to 9, you'll be seated there for the next honorable member. Thank you.
system has nothing to do with forensic services.
But
It's actually applicable in the broader South African Police Service. It had to do with, what do you call, like for example, with relating to firearms, track and trace, and so on, so broader SAPS. The contract that you can say amongst these was in the main, but not specifically solely for, because there was a decision to roll it out, is the property control and exhibit management system, which allowed the laboratories to track and trace and better manage the exhibits. So the contracts applicable were not solely or
Yes, I
primarily
understand that.
for forensic services.
Okay. Now, thanks for the clarification, but they did have a huge monopoly, FDA, because they were the only company that could actually provide that system. Am I correct? That's why
if-
competitive bidding couldn't really occur, because they were the only ones that could provide the service.
No, I suspect, Honorable Member, some of the information at your disposal is not correct. They, even here, and IPIT, McBride and Sissoko, they were alleging that this is a, what is it, a green...
Yeah, evergreen contract.
Evergreen contract.
Yeah.
These are not the only so-called evergreen contract in SAPS. The property control and management system was developed initially within the service. And then later on, the person who moved out, and that development happened when FDA was contracted with PCAM. So it's not a monopoly or an evergreen contract, as it was alleged.
Well, the court in their judgment in 2025 said that that's the reason the whole system, the national security is dependent on that contract, and that's why the court ruled in favor of FDA. But the fact of the matter is, there was a lot of evidence in front of SCOPA with, for instance, members or officials from supply chain management going to Manchester United games on the ticket of Keating. Those type of things are not political interference. That's evidence. I want to go back to, you now explained what the effect of that SCOPA hearings were. But why do you say it was political interference?
Honorable Member, even that part is incorrect. There is in here, and I hope to get to it, I think it is important. There is here a letter signed by the same National Commissioner General Setole to SCOPA, where they were answering on those allegations, because initially that was the allegation to say members were funded by FDA to go abroad to watch Manchester United, and that they were bought T-shirts and so on. And in this report, I'll find it. Hopefully, the team is looking for it here. It was found that the SAPS itself paid for, authorized the trip and paid for the trip, and the members themselves paid for their own T-shirts. And that picture, which was shown by Tim, I think it's Honorable Tim Blores, what? Yeah.
From the DA, yeah.
That photo was actually doctored. There is a person missing in that particular picture, which was to portray what was being said. And that person, unfortunately, was involved in this IDEC and so on. It is not true.
So you are saying it was a huge manipulation of Parliament. Is that what you are alleging?
I'm not alleging, I'm confirming that it was, because it is even in the letter and the submission to the same scoper. I don't want to leave without getting that letter. Chair, once I lay my hands on it, I'm going to just make it reference to you. That's why we, amongst others, say, why did we go and risk the organization on 1.1 billion, which is even becoming more, while the facts were presented to Parliament? And I think I'm saying it somewhere in my affidavit when I'm talking about the, what is it, Project Cyborg.
Okay. But, Mr. Phahlane, you can't deny that a lot of corruption took place in SAPS, are taking place, but took place before your tenure, but also during your tenure. You can't deny that. There's a lot of corruption in SAPS.
I will deny, unless you show me specifics. I will definitely deny. And I'm denying because even today, you see, when I was made to go and sit home, step aside, investigations were conducted in that forensic services environment. This FDA, Atemba, and so on were all investigated. There is not a single one of those cases before court because it was found that those allegations are baseless.
It would be very interesting if you are so squeaky clean, but I commend you for that if that's true, because I think what we've gathered from in this time in this ad hoc committee is that there's a lot of rot and a lot of misappropriation and a lot of fraud and corruption in SAPS on all levels. And you were the accounting officer for 2 years, where even if you were not directly involved in any corruption, corruption took place on your watch. Do you deny that?
I deny.
So in those 2 years, there were no corruption in SAPS.
No, I won't say there was no corruption, but I'm advising that let the facts be made visible. You have cases currently in court. You, for example, have, and I know on the list you were, as honorable members, debating whether you should have, is it Krishni Chetty as a witness. Now, you have got cases, for example, in supply chain management, where over 50 people, but in total, if we include the companies, 70 something, are before court for the marking of the police vehicles. Now, honorable member, even if I was not an investigating officer, I'm just sitting. How is 50 or 70 people going to collaborate? The old aunties who are going on pension.
I'll have to stop you. I'm running out of time. Earlier today, you were referred to the forensic reports by the evidence leader, and you took issue that it was placed in front of you.
Yeah.
But I just want to get clarity. Have you never had sight of those forensic reports?
In the report themselves, honorable member, there is a Mr. Nhlanhla who was conducting those investigations. Who is saying there?
So you have seen the reports before?
I've never seen them before.
You've never
He's saying there, I did not have a meeting with General Phahlane. I never interviewed him. So it is afterwards that I was hearing these reports. And yes, I looked at them, but not with thorough scrutiny, because they really have got nothing to do with me, those particular reports.
Okay. Then you earlier said that when the Honourable Souls questioned you that you don't interfere in bidding and in procurement.
Of course.
Very effectively. But with the with the FDA issue, when the Temba contract bid was awarded, you wrote a letter to the, as divisional commissioner, to the bid committee head, or the divisional commissioner SCM, saying that it should be reevaluated. Isn't that interference?
Sorry, honorable member, what did I say?
You wrote, and this is in the in your annexure JKP 17A on page 1008, 1008, paragraph 5.3. You wrote a letter on the 22nd of October 2024, and you requested that the bid be re-evaluated. Is that not interference?
Sorry, honorable member, you said 1,000?
And 8
1,008?
of the annexures.
Yeah, I'm in 1,008. Where is that?
5.3.
I actually would want to applaud the honorable member for going to this. If you look at this document, it's the AG, Auditor General.
Correct.
Now, the Auditor General is saying, subsequent to the award, the department received a complaint from another bidder, dated 22 August 2014, indicating that the awarded bidder did not meet the specifications. Now, that's FTA.
Correct.
Now, supply chain management sends this complaint to me. I did not ask them. They sent it to me because we are the end user. Now, in a letter dated 22 October 2014 from Divisional Commissioner Forensic Services, which is me, to supply chain management, it was recommended that the contract issued to the supplier be withdrawn. There is no re-evaluation.
Yeah, if you read, but we don't have time. If you continue the paragraph, you'll see that it's then recommended that the bid be re-evaluated.
No, but
The tender be
that cannot be attributed to me. It is the Divisional Commissioner, Supply Chain Management, who writes to the BEC.
I
And
understand
that process is illegal.
But
It's
you
provided
started
no
the
way.
process. Now the question is, if you could do this here when you had a complaint that there was not compliance to the specifications, why could you not have done it with the other bid?
Which bid?
When you were the acting commissioner, when you approved the deviation. Why could you not have then stepped in and ensured that there is compliance?
No.
Because there you say you can't interfere, but here you interfere.
Honorable member, I'm not. These are two separate matters.
It's two separate
no,
matters, but
maybe I
it's the
must be
same
allowed to
issue.
answer the question.
We don't have time for long answers.
No, there's no long answer, but you are not going to attribute something which is incorrect to me and you expect me to accept it. I'm saying, in this case, a complaint comes to me.
Exactly.
The complaints say this thing is not compliant. I send it to the expert. The experts say it is not complying. I write back with the recommendations of the expert and say, go into a process because it's provided for by the general conditions of contract, clause 2.7, which say they can go into a process. I never asked for reevaluation. Now, in that other contract, you are talking about deviation. There was no procurement sitting in front of me. It's deviation and application for deviation.
But the National Treasury Regulation says that the accounting officer should then ensure and do what it should do to ensure that there is, in such circumstances, no malfeasance. That's what the regulation says. But you say you can't interfere. But here you get a complaint and you say withdraw the contract and act on this.
Honorable member, unfortunately I can't help if I'm trying to explain something that you don't accept. I'm saying I'll do it tomorrow again. If there is a contract which is non-compliant, it must be dealt with in terms of contract management. Those responsible must embark on that process, including independent assessment. There is nowhere in the same treasury regulations where it provides for reconvening the bid evaluation committee. There is no such, and it happened here. Now there I was considering deviation, not procurement. These are two separate things.
It's really, really not. But thank you, Chairperson. I think my time has expired. Let me just make one last comment. And that is now how you introduced Afrikaans. Let me say this in Afrikaans. Dis baie gevaarlik as 'n mens se arrogansie jou intelligensie oorskry. Thank you, Chair.
That is baie arrogant.
Gevaarlik.
Ek dink so.
Gevaarlik. Gevaarlik is koetsierlik.
Gevaarlik. Moet ek antwoord?
Gevaarlik is dangerous.
Kan ek kommentaar lewer?
Is koetsierlik in Northern Sotho.
Ja, so. Ek gaan nie, meneer. Buitekant sal ek praat.
Yeah. Honorable James.
Thank you so much, Chair. It feels like we've been in a CCMA hearing all day today. Do you agree with me, sir?
I agree.
Yeah. Let's get back to the matters pertaining to the Ad Hoc Committee.
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Phahlane, Mr. McBride alleged before this committee that you received kickbacks from service providers contracted to SAPS. So today I'd just like to seek some clarity. You heard that, right?
I did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those, you know why we actually brought you here? Because when they said they were plotting against a general, we thought, no ways, we have to hear from you.
Mhm.
And we thought that you were unfairly treated.
Yeah.
That's why you came here today.
Mhm.
But now we've seen a different side. But
Mhm.
anyway, while serving in SAPS, did you at any stage have direct or indirect contact with any SAPS service provider outside formal procurement, contractual or operational processes?
The only service provider I had outside contractual will be criminalistic or crime, crime tech. When I sourced the services from that contractor of an interior designer, it is from that service provider or through that service provider that I procured the music system.
Okay. At any point, did you receive any financial benefit, gift, service of any kind from a service provider contracted to SAPS? Did you get anything out of it?
No.
Nothing?
No.
Okay. You spoke earlier on about visiting Crime Tech. You just confirmed again a SAPS service provider, and that it later transpired that that employer that you mentioned right now of that company assisted in the installation of a very expensive sound system at your residence. You've confirmed that. You've said that, right?
That I confirm.
And that is okay. That is okay for a general to then, you know, take services from a service provider. It's okay. It's allowed at your level.
Honorable Member, if this was using state funds, if I was drawing kickbacks, or if the service provider was doing me favors that I'm not paying for, it will be completely wrong. But I contracted that service provider as an interior designer. And
And
because
you see absolutely nothing wrong with that.
Because it has got, this service provider has never rendered services to the South African Police Service as an interior designer.
But it's a service provider, irrespective of what they do. The fact of the matter is it's a service provider.
But service providers are human beings, and they do business in other areas, in private. So I really, if it is maybe a lapse on my part, I'll admit. But at the time, I did not see anything wrong because I paid for the services that I required.
Okay, sir, so help me out here. Are you aware of the forensic report conducted by CPN?
I'm fully aware.
Right? Which found that SAPS, and in particular the Forensic Services Division, which you led at the time, right? Now you said there's nothing wrong, right? So I want to show you. That same company that was rendering services in terms of interior decorating and installing sound systems, right, was overpaid by nearly 500,000.
I'm yet to see that, Honorable Member.
I've got the report here.
Yeah, I'm yet,
Right.
I'm
So
yet
that
to see
same
that.
company that you just said there's nothing wrong, that same company, after you utilized their services, they were overpaid by 500,000 rand. You've got-
I don't think so.
Does that not strike you as questionable?
No, no.
Doesn't?
Okay.
Okay.
No. If they were overpaid for services that were not rendered, it is
You
wrong.
just said now you don't know, but I'm saying to you they were overpaid 500,000.
Honorable Member, first I'm saying I did not know of overpayment. But if there is overpayment, it will be wrong because no one, irrespective of who they are, irrespective of their proximity, can they be allowed to lay hands on state funds for services that are not rendered.
All right, let's go, carry on here. How do you respond to the fact that the same forensic report found that over a period of 3 financial years, payments to Crime Tech, your interior decorator, right, increased by an alarming 134%. So they got work. So it's 500,000 rand overpayment, and now it's 134%
Increase in payments.
in payments.
But if the payments increased and services were rendered,
There's no
in-
NADI installation of your sound system.
Sorry?
These things are happening.
no, Honorable Member, there is, these things are separate. I'm saying,
Okay.
and I'm answering you, I'm saying, if there is, let's say, a huge, let's call it huge increase of the amount you are
So
talking of.
134% increase in payments is not huge, sir.
But Honorable Member, I just said, if there is a huge increase, like you are talking of 100 and whatever percent, and there were no services rendered for that, by that particular service provider, there will be something absolutely wrong. But if those services were rendered, were consumed by the South African Police Service, the products were delivered and they were utilized, which I know they were utilized because it is in that criminal record and crime scene management environment that we were able to reduce the backlogs. We were able to improve performance. We were able to make sure that police clearances are delivered within
Thank you,
6
sir.
days.
Do you also
It can be wrong.
recall, after all of this, do you also recall that an affidavit filed in Pretoria High Court in April 2017, which IPID investigators alleged that you were receiving bags of cash from service providers?
I still, even if they file that report, I still want proof and let that case go to court because there is no such.
So you
It's a
don't find it-
wild allegation.
So, Mr. Phahlane, you don't find it coincidental that you have this contact at a service provider, they install a radio system, suddenly they have an overpayment of 500,000, they have an increase of payments of 134,000, and then an affidavit gets laid saying that you are collecting bags of cash. And you see absolutely nothing wrong with all these coincidences. Niks fout nie.
Honorable Member, I've answered and I'm going to go in the same sequence. I have never seen the overpayment of 500,000. I'm not aware of such. And I confirm that if there is overpayment, it is wrong. You can't overpay for services not rendered. 2, if you talk about 134% increase, if it is in line with the contract delivery and what has been delivered has been utilized, there cannot be anything wrong as long as there is compliance and that which was delivered was not for private use, but it was for use by the police, which I am convinced that those deliveries were for police work, and as a country we derived value out of there. There
Mr.
can be.
Phahlane, you know, in Afrikaans they say, jy kan dink wat jy wil, maar jy kan nie sê wat jy wil nie. This is one of those instances.
That is sure.
Yeah.
That is sure.
My last question, sir. This committee is probing patterns of criminal capture and corruption within SAPS, and you occupied some of the most senior and sensitive positions in this organization. Am I right?
Correct.
So with the persistent pattern in which senior officers, the last senior officer that has appeared before us, right, are repeatedly implicated in serious corruption allegations, yet consistently deny any wrongdoing. Everyone that has appeared before us, there's nothing wrong, has detached themselves from any wrongdoing, right? How do you explain and respond to the reality that corruption has become so entrenched within the leadership of SAPS, that even you today face a mountain of allegations?
Honorable member, anyone who is doing anything wrong or found to be doing anything wrong, whether it is me or any other senior manager, the law must take its course. What cannot be is that there are all these baseless allegations that are never supported by anything. I have faced, since 2009, allegations after allegations documented in my affidavit. They are yet to be proven. I am before court on 2 matters.
Sir,
The
I don't want to hear about those matters. All that I'm trying to point out here today is the fact that we have a crime tech forensic report and that there are many coincidences.
It's not a crime tech, it's CPN forensic
Yes,
report.
the CPN, sorry.
That
Yes,
CPN forensic
that
report.
highlights the service provider that you were involved with.
For
And
your-
I'm going to leave it there, sir.
No, honorable member.
No, sir, I don't need you to answer anything further. I just needed to point out that every person, every senior SAPS member that has appeared before this committee has distanced themselves from any wrongdoing, but are extremely close to service providers. 500,000 overpayment, 134% increase in payments, later on collecting bags of cash out of a vehicle. I leave it at that. Thank you.
It's a wild goose that you are chasing.
Here's the goose. The goose is in the form of a forensic report. He
Honourable
is a yellow
member.
goose, he saw. Thank you,
Yeah,
sir.
No.
You want to comment?
I want to comment, Chair.
You are allowed.
Honorable Chair and honorable member, anyone who has got any evidence of wrongdoing on my part, I must be investigated. And if there is any wrongdoing on my part, I must be brought before court.
Just quickly, I still have time, sir. The
Honourable-
very same report says that crime tech, right, never delivered services on several occasions. Earlier on, you said that this was value for money. And they were dealing-
I was seeing the evidence leader whispering to you, it can't be true. There are no goods which were never
I leave it
delivered.
at that. Thank
There
you,
were no
Chair.
such. And for your information, Chair, I sanctioned that report. I sanctioned that investigation. The letter which I've here directed to the National Commissioner then sanctioned that report. And I'm not aware of the things that are being spoken to. There are no findings to that regard. And I was never implicated by that report.
Okay. Thank you. Honorable Shongwe.
Thank you, Chair. Baba Phahlane, uyaphileka baba.
Kuyaphileka.
Akwande. Yeah, I will take from Lao, Honorable James Ayibeke khona ukuthi we called you in here because we noticed ukuthi there was a plot. Indeed, I am starting to believe and see evidence of a plot. Can you kindly open on this one, this index book here? No whether you can see the bigger one. Page
one?
1172.
1172.
72.
But I can't go on my own. Give me. 1172.
Yeah, on your left, there is, okay, after 2, can I start the process?
Yes, I'm on 1172.
There's, on your left there, when you go down, there is a text there by SJT that says, okay, after 2. So I can start the process. Can you see that one? On the WhatsApps. I'm reading on the WhatsApps.
Which okay is it?
Okay, it starts with Mokotedi told John Rabbi. Do you see the first one on top?
1172, sorry.
1702, page 1171.
Oh, I'm on 17, okay.
Can you see that, okay, after 2, so I can start the process?
Oh, yeah,
We can get the media to request his attendance.
yes.
The next text says his next interview, yeah, and then I'll read as fast as I can. Talk to your guy about doing it. Let's do our first and record it, right?
Yes.
Who and who are talking here?
It's Robert McBride and Sarah Jane Trent.
And then on page 1172, text number 1, 2, 3, 4. Can you read it?
1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, also look at what he said on 702 and elsewhere.
Yeah, no. Where are you? Page 1172 on top?
1172.
Yes. There's text 1. Okay. The first text says to confirm everything is above board.
Oh, yeah, the second one say, okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Will it be a presser? And then okay
I
again.
want that one.
You want me to read the
The
okay,
one, yeah.
Okay, will you confirm for Friday at the Polygraph Institute in Centurion? Better at their offices, and we can get a news camera to record it. This is news reporting live from the Polygraph Institute, days after McBride challenges Mkhwanazi.
Okay, can you jump to page 1191? 1191.
1191. Yes, I'm the honorable member.
I noticed ukuthi this was a plot to get Mkhwanazi to be done a polygraph, ne? And ANCA was involved there. And
Yes.
it's this SJT says, Paul must write questions for me and Mkhwanazi. Don't forget to tell Paul to write questions for me and Mkhwanazi.
Which line are we on?
1191. Okay, I'll show you now. On the left, it's text number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Hello, Mr. McBride, Andres Chameleon. Cornelson. Yeah.
Yes. I
Can
can
you read
see.
that one for me?
Hello, Mr. McBride. Andres Corneliusen from ENCA News Channel. We want to arrange times and dates for the polygraph on TV. Can you please confirm that you are still willing to take part in it? Regards, Andres.
Read the last one, the last text there.
Make it clear that it is the polygrapher who will ask the questions.
Who's saying that? To who?
This is McBride. He's communicating with Sarah Jane Trent.
In your understanding, what are they plotting here?
This was a polygraph test which McBride had agreed to, or they said they want. This follows that meeting, the famous meeting at the Krecher House. So once General Mkhwanazi opened a case and so on, this unfolded. So they wanted him and McBride to go for polygraph test. Now, this polygraph test was arranged by Paul O'Sullivan and Sarah Jane Trent. They designated the person who was going to do the polygraph test. Payment was made by them. Questions were said by Paul O'Sullivan. McBride participated in this polygraph test, which allegedly he passed with flying colors.
Was it that? Because in here, the text says, ask Paul to write questions for me and for Mkhwanazi. So
Yes.
does it mean McBride was given the questions before and then he practiced them?
He had the questions and answers, and that's why he went and passed the polygraph test with flying colors. Mkhwanazi withdrew, did not participate in that process.
Was it on TV, on ENC?
Sorry,
Was it on
Honorable
TV, on ENCA?
Yes.
Yakhumbula ukuthi Mr. Nkabinde said, in one of the meetings they had, there was 2 DA members there and ENCA members. Would I be wrong if I think the plot here is still in line with that?
I can't remember mention of ENCA members. He said there were...
A journalist.
There was a journalist and...
From where?
Two DA, and he mentioned
AfriForum,
AfriForum. And then with the
a
journalist,
journalist.
he said journalist, yeah.
Would you suspect that they were from ENCA?
Hey, no, I can't.
Okay.
I can't say so.
Let's go back to page 1172.
1172.
We're still on the WhatsApp, no?
Yes, I'm there.
On the right hand side. Remember the first one you read, it said, okay, I will confirm Friday at the polygraph institution, right?
Yes.
When you go further down from that one, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 from that. Looks like polygraphy can be done on Monday. Can you read that one for me?
Looks like polygraph can be done Monday or Tuesday. The guy is going to get it up so that no one can question it. All above board, etc. And that's Sarah Jane Trent.
You understanding?
Well, in other words, it will be done to perfection, and it will be concealed in such a way that it is being seen as genuine.
All right, let's leave that one. Usara Jane Trenlo, uyini, what was she? Where was she employed?
By Paul O'Sullivan.
Was
as,
she part of the IP, IDEC or something?
Well, she remains an honorary member of IP together with Paul O'Sullivan because they've been going around with IP investigators. She has been drafting affidavits. She has been drafting applications for 205s. She has been interviewing witnesses together with Paul O'Sullivan, in addition to her other extramural activities as a girlfriend to both.
Does she have the authority to handle such document? Was she employed by SAPS?
Sorry?
Was she employed by IP or was just an honorary?
No.
Ubefakwa nje?
She's employed,
By Paul.
she was employed by Paul, but we now know that IPIT was managed by McBride through Paul O'Sullivan.
Just to be clear, she was not getting salary from the state,
No, she's not getting a salary.
which
from
means
the
she had no right to have information about members of the state.
Not at all.
Let's go to page 1139.
And 39.
And please read from the top for me.
$1,139, sorry. I'm on
1139, page 1139.
I'm there, Chair.
While we are looking, kahle Sarah Jane Trenlo bekajola nobani? Bekajola no Mandla or no McBride? Because la, babizana love and they're planning for amabhodlela bayolala khona endlini. Bese no Mandla bekajola nobani?
With both. McBride and Mandla, the late Mandla.
And Nhlanhla and McBride bebasebenza boyi-2 babangani futhi.
Correct.
So ihlanganisa beku-Sarah Jane. Asidlule lapho. Ngicela ungifundele from on the left page, from the top.
There is a part, I know Honorable James went through something. It may be that she was very diplomatic. 1236.
1239, page
You
12.
wanna bang.
Sorry, it's one, no, I'm wrong. 1139, that's the page, 1139. Can read from the top. How is it going?
Yeah, there it is on 1236. I'm just confirming what you were saying.
1236.
And Honorable James said it, although she read it selectively.
If you can even go further back.
No, Pretoria,
Ijolo nje
you-
uqala le move.
we wanna bang. Can you please stop using that? And then there is one, 1236.
1236. 1236. Are we
Yeah,
allowed to
they
even
on
have this
1236, it
Yes.
starts, hi sexy, hi babe. What
Yeah.
you up to? About to go to bed?
You?
It's
you.
Still on road, be safe.
No,
Rest
I'll
will
read
try.
the other part, you read the other one. Rest. Then you read the
Yeah.
will try.
No, there is, yeah, we'll try.
Hey, babhizi labantu.
Yeah, there's
Bao chika
there's quite a
bawa.
lot.
There's a bao chika wawa. What does it mean, Honorable James? What is bao chika
On
wawa?
1235.
1235, yeah.
Go 1235 from the top.
Tired and one up.
We mustn't waste time sparing. She have dinner and sex by 2100 hours, sleep at 2200 hours. Of course, I did got banged. Balls are blue, whatever that means.
Was this soccer balls? Okay, let's go back to 1139.
Shongwe and Phahlane, what are you doing?
We are reading what is here.
Eh?
We are reading what is here on the evidence.
Oh, it's
You can read,
evidence.
you can go on the page. Because what I'm trying to get here is that there
One-
was a
one-
plot according to this text, Chair, if you check it.
No, but there is something, Honorable Member, which I thought you will get to, and I'm aggrieved with Honorable James not reading it because he had it. 1241. Breaking life. IP to raid acting police chief's home. And then there is a question, it's an ENCA breaking news. Who leaked this? Sorry, News 24. Who leaked this? At the bottom, from the bottom, me, that's Robert McBride.
Page, what is this?
It's 1241.
1241. And where exactly?
Um,
Because I'm on a different one here.
Now I'm going to point from the bottom, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. From the bottom.
The breaking news
That
live
is
IP.
who leaked. And then from, if you go down, you pass who leaked this.
Yeah.
And then you'll see there's a question, hi there, good morning, hi.
What's up?
What's up?
Me.
And then me.
You are awake?
This me, he's answering who leaked this.
Yes.
It's
Yes.
him who's saying so.
Right, before we go to that, I want us to go back to 1139. It's very important because it links with this one. Mine is what, 1242. Let's go to 1139.
1139.
Yes. Paul, I want to understand what McBride took the whole minister's ID number and gave it to Sarah Jane Trent. And I want to understand why, what was the reason for that? If this was not plotting, what was happening here? Why would Sarah Jane Trent have the minister's ID number? The first page on 1139, it says, hi, How is it going? It's all inquiry cats, Colonel Andre Netling, something like that. Then when you further go down, it says, anything I can do. I saw that Nhlanhla is trying to get rid of me again. Do you see that one?
Yes, and then the next one say, let him
me
try.
Let him try.
And
And
then
who's saying that? Let him try.
that's Sarah Jane Trent, and she follows it by asking, you have an ID number or cell number?
Of who?
And then that's of the minister, and that one is off. Then he said Nhleko. That's
So-
Robert McBride.
So we have it on record that Robert McBride gave ID numbers of the whole minister to a civilian.
Yes, because date is here and then send quickly. Then try this ID, he sends an ID number, okay, cool, and then it carries on.
Okay, before my time finish, I want us to tick certain boxes because I only have 3 minutes now. McBride is the one that said you had a sound, a time where a supplier. So that was said by Paul O'Sullivan and McBride. Were they telling the truth or they lied? Do you have a slip? Sound.
Do I have?
Do you have a receipt? Do you have proof of payment for the sound?
I've proven, I've got the receipt, I've got communication to my bank,
Okay,
I've got the
let's
bank
take that.
statement which they retrieved. It is in this
So
file.
they lied.
I was hearing the honorable chair saying we must avoid saying lie. Maybe, I don't know. They did not tell the truth, or they were
On
inaccurate.
the case, owaboshwa kuyo, and then they said to Teni Moto. Were they lying? Or bebakhuluma iqiniso ukuthi you
They
got
were
the
not
cover?
telling the truth because those vehicles were not even my vehicles. Those vehicles were vehicles belonging to the dealership, which were a sponsor to a project that we were running, and those vehicles were subsequently returned to the dealer after the lapse of the agreement period, which was 18 months.
Okay. No, tick, but manga. I worked at Benoni Mechanical College, where we used to fit blue lights as well, in SAPS. One thing I've noticed is that e-motors are magic, they don't have blue light. They don't have blue lights on top. The 1,000 cars that were paraded in Midrand, did you see them on the freeway?
I saw the pictures, yes.
Is this the same reason that the case you were charged with the blue light is stopping e-motors are managed to get some blue lights because there's a case there?
I am charged in a process that has to do with Gauteng and supply chain management that I've got nothing to do with. What I have approved was the specifications to establish a national contract for the police to procure blue lights. And to date, that contract, those specifications, a bid was never published and awarded. It is for that reason that millions and millions are being spent on equipping the vehicles with substandard blue lights. You will see the lights that the cars are driving around with. They are
They don't have
defective.
blue lights. Some of them don't
The majority of the vehicles don't have those blue lights.
Why is that?
I used to be the accounting officer. I'm not one now, so I can't answer that question. They can do better by publishing a bid, whichever specifications they go and use, as long as it is specifications that are compliant, which will make the police procure better quality blue lights, which blue lights must not be obtainable by any member of the public, which is why you have got bogus police vehicles, because the lights they are using now, you can buy it anywhere.
So those lights that were supplied by the other company, you mean they were specifically for one customer, which is SAPS, not just anybody who can get them?
Firstly, the quality is very high. That is why the presidential vehicles as well as protection services carry those lights. And those lights are not obtainable around the corner. They get, they are high end. And not that each vehicle were to get high end, because when you look at the approval granted, you have all kinds of light, including for the concealed ones, which are in the grill.
Okay, my last question. Please explain this to me in simple terms, as thoroughly as you can. How would a supplier come to you as SAPS and say, people, you've overpaid me with so much? And then that person now, after saying that, gets to be arrested for being overpaid. I don't understand, because SAPS is not the one that picked up Uguti, they made an error or overpaid. But this person comes as a business owner and say, let me be honest and tell you guys, you've overpaid me. I just want to understand, why was that now a case? Why was it called corrupt? Kwenzakalani?
It's targeting. Targeting, that is the only black-owned company supplying lights. Two, if the supplier overpaid, why did those who received money and captured the invoices, why are they not arrested? You only arrest the supplier, you arrest the staff in the supplier's office, but none of the police people in supply chain management or in Gauteng province are being arrested who process the transactions. I cannot explain why it would have happened, other than to say this is targeted, and it's one of those we say is the work of the rogue unit.
The one thing
We can stop speaking.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Honorable Shong. Advocate Anansa.
Members. General Phahlane, you once the most senior position in the South African Police Service as the Acting National Commissioner. What would be the procedure when a person is arrested and detained with a device? Can that device be taken from such a person who is now a suspect without that person's consent? And moreover, can the device be taken from that person / suspect and the data on that person's device be downloaded without a warrant or without his or her consent?
Honorable Chair, I choose not to answer that question in detail because I happen to be a complainant in that case. Those who did the investigation and the prosecutor that dealt with the matter are better placed to answer it. So I am conflicted. I'm not going to go into that matter. Safe to say, there is nothing unlawful. Anyone who's arrested, his or her belongings are taken from that person. If that person is going to be detained in the cells, whether it is your belt, your tie, your shoelaces, whether you've got the cell phone, money, it gets removed from the person, and we don't need consent. That gets deposited into a prisoner's property register, SAP 22. So you don't need anyone's permission. I'll end there. As to the investigation will carry. I happen to have been arrested by the same IDEC rogue unit, and they
General
wanted
Phahlane,
my phone.
Can I do what some of the honorable members also do? Please, I've asked you a question. You said you've been in a similar situation and you do not want to respond. Please, with respect, I don't want some long-winded answer, because the response from you is absolutely shocking, coming from a senior police officer. We all know when you get into
You
a
can
police
tone
station
down a little
or
bit so
into-
that me and you are engaging on the level where
Please,
I can hear.
I've got the microphone. When you are arrested and detained in a police station, yes, especially your shoelaces, so that you can't be accused of hanging yourself the next morning, or any other clothing or whatever will be taken, and it will be put in a register, but you will sign for it, so that you know it's your shoes, it's your shoelaces, and it's your cell phone the next day. But you cannot take a person's cell phone, open it, and download the information on that person's phone. And I'm saying this because there's two examples, and I'm not pulling it out of my head. Right here before us, Minister Mkhwanazi, they came to his place. We were staying in Pretoria. They wanted his cell phone. Mr. Nhlanhla, all this data that's been downloaded, including the messages that I read back to you from Brigadier Macheng and the interaction with Mr. Nhlanhla, came from his phone, but there is a document that General Khumalo placed before this Honourable Committee and the Nhlanhla to show he had consented. They can download it from his phone. Now, the question is this. These WhatsApp messages, which you read with great glee between Trent and McBride, where did you get that from?
Honourable
Did you
Chair,
get the permission of Ms. Trent and Mr. McBride for these messages to be placed before this Honourable Committee?
Honourable Chair, I don't know where the other part of the response which is attributed to me comes from. When someone is arrested, you take the properties, the belongings on that person. They go into an SAP 22. You don't need the permission. All what you need is acknowledgement that these are the things that you have taken from me. They go into the police custody, into the safe. And I said, and I'm not going to change, anything else that has to do with investigation, because you used this as an example, anything that relates to the investigation, including the downloading, I say that question is better answered by the investigating officers of the matter. Because while we are taking a long turn about Minister Mkhwanazi was not arrested, General Sivia was not arrested. It was a warrant, a search and seizure warrant, which was at play. That is not applicable in the case where the arrest is made. Kat Nhlanhla, they went and searched the prison cells. A cell phone was found in his possession. It's not because of a search warrant coming from somewhere, but Chair, the people who are better placed to deal with the situation that is being outlined, because I'm conflicted, I'm not going to be talking to. In respect
General
of...
Phahlane, I asked you, where did you get this information from? These WhatsApps that you put in your document, which has now been referred to by Honourable Shongwe, where did you get it from? Did you get the permission?
I got them from where you got those text messages that you were sharing with me.
The text messages I shared with you, I told you where they come from. It comes from Kat Nhlanhla's telephone and the data on his phone, which was downloaded and retrieved by General Khumalo and his team with his consent. It was shown to all of us. That is why we could refer to it. Can you give me the same assurance that you got the
Sebastian.
consent.
I'm not going to give assurance. I'm going to confirm that I got them in the same way that you
Chair.
got those WhatsApp messages. And there were people investigating this case that people were able to build it into a docket. This comes, it's part of the docket, and you will have the privilege of talking to the the prosecutor who's coming here. And those questions, I'm going to leave them there.
Now, I put it to you, and if that is your response,
Can we-
this was unlawfully obtained.
Can we get Honorable Nombal?
Chair, I thought you will intervene, but I think the evidence leader is abusing the platform. And he's not only abusing the platform, he's also abusing us as members of this committee. One, he is now prosecuting the witness. He is not leading evidence. Number two, they had an opportunity because he consulted with the witness. This is not an ambush. He knows these documents because they were brought to him before today's proceedings. So if he has questions over the authenticity of these documents, he was supposed to raise those questions during consultation, not here. Now, he waits for all of us to ask questions, and when we're done, he brings in new issues. He is abusing, and the tone, Chair, is unwarranted. Because he's now shouting at the witness. He must maintain a professional standard at all times, because he is trained to do so. It can be justifiable with us because we are politicians. But he is a senior counsel. The manner in which he is addressing the witness is uncalled for, and it must be condemned with the contempt it deserves. So, Chair, I'm calling a point of order on the evidence leader. What he is doing is completely out of order.
Can I hear Honorable Shongwe?
Chair, ngicela ukuthi usisize la. It is my understanding that, Chair, if you check this document, it has about 1,314 pages, this one. And the other one about 600, the same as the other one. Does Mr. Arends are trying to tell us ukuthi we read all these documents that we always get from them and authorized to get them from, to get these documents from them. And I think he's here for one reason, that if we get this statement, we get a statement signed, an affidavit, and all the annexures from the SC. Is he telling ukuthi usifake enkingeni nathi sesenkingeni for ukuthi siphathe ama-SMS ama-WhatsApp angekho emthethweni ngenxa yakhe? I think, Chair, that one we should see manje, because
Yeah, thank you, Chair. We've been sitting here hoping that you would intervene. So number one, the first thing that our evidence leader, senior counsel, said when he started was that as the members of parliament have been doing, he's not a member of parliament, he's our evidence leader and he's supposed to lead evidence, number one. Again, we just spoke about this earlier, Chair. Again, the hostility in his voice on this is not neutral. And this is exactly what he did, the same thing when Honorable James brought these messages in here. And then to echo the same point, is that we can't be getting documents here that haven't gone through the screen and then to be questioning the witness here, how he got the documents. They were distributed, we found them here on our table, we've been going in and out here. So we have evidence leaders that are not, the documents that we shared from Home Affairs, we were very clear that we got that through a whistleblower. There's some very private information in there and it mustn't be circulated publicly. So, Chair, you have to lead and you have to, we can't always be intervening on this. And perhaps the evidence leader right now, the senior counsel, he must rest because he's even bringing us into disrepute over here now. It's not fair on the witness. We are members of parliament. How we engage him should be very different on how he does it. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Skosan.
Thank you, Chair. I think I anchor, my colleagues, other honorable members, because this is for the second time. When Honorable James gave us information, the same question was asked. But today is even different. We were given this document by our team for God's sake. Now, if we have to interrogate the witness before us, we look stupid, Chair, to say where did this thing comes from. I think the evidence leader and his team, the legal team, were supposed to ask him then, not here. Now we have this in front of us. It's not fair, Chair. Please.
Advocate Arendse.
Honorable Chair, the document that before you, including these WhatsApp messages, were additional documents that were annexed by General Phahlane to his supplementary affidavit. They do not come from us. In the first place, when this matter has been dealt with respect in this honorable committee, when these WhatsApps, or some of them, were first introduced by Honorable James, and Mr. McBride was giving evidence. You may recall that I had indicated at the end of that exchange, because we are not allowed as evidence leaders to object, at the end of that exchange, I indicated to you that this was an unfair ambush on the witness, and that the witness, in this case Mr. McBride, should request from Honorable James where she got these documents from, get copies of it, and get legal advice on the lawfulness or otherwise of it being introduced, even under circumstances of parliamentary privilege. Now, again, because of our time constraint, I didn't have the opportunity of raising it earlier with General Phahlane, and this is the first opportunity I have to do so. I will leave it there. I think I have made the point that General Phahlane is party to unlawful conduct, and by actually making these WhatsApps available outside of Parliament. They've been made available outside of this forum. So I will leave it there. I've made the submission. General Phahlane has responded to it. I'll move on to my next question.
I think what we...
Chair, just one more thing, please. The evidence leader, Chair, cannot say that he only got notice. This thing was here when we walked in here, when he was doing it in the beginning.
Let me speak, Honorable Member. Number one, the point of order that members have raised is sustained. I do not think that the witness is being fairly treated. Especially that, and the honorable members are right, that during the consultation process, and when the supplementary affidavit was made, is submitted to yourselves as evidence leaders. And maybe even before the proceedings started, the members could have been warned, or the witness could have been reminded that there is this annexures that you have presented before us. There is no way, as the legal team, we can hide them away from members, because you submitted them to us, but we will go and inform the members and also remind you that there are question marks on how the information would have been obtained. But in these proceedings, there are witnesses who have come before us and have said it before us in these proceedings that they have information. I remember, I can't remember if it was the first meeting or the second appearance of Mr. Paul O'Sullivan. He says, I have capacity to detect that the statement that General Mkhwanazi read at the press conference was not generated from his gadget. And we haven't asked him whether such an exercise is lawful or unlawful. And many other witnesses would have come before us and made similar claims. I think honorable members are right, and SC, the hostility between you and General Phahlane must cease, and must cease now. The reason why I'm saying this is because earlier on in the afternoon, he raised concerns about bias, and we made him to withdraw that statement. And we must not exhume it inadvertently, because where I stand is that that statement is dead and buried. But if we continue to engage with him in a confrontational manner, or in a manner that generates animosity, we may end up reinforcing certain suspicions. If we can be as professional as possible, and like we have always emphasized that when we engage here, let's have a conversation. Let's not be adversarial or accusatorial. Let's engage in a way that it becomes a conversation between us. Thank you.
May I proceed, Honourable Chair? General Phahlane, do you accept that your dismissal is as a result of the alleged irregularities surrounding the award of the tender to Itemba? Do you accept that that is the basis for your dismissal?
Chair, I had my hand up unless I'm not allowed to raise the hand so that they can talk to an issue before I answer that question.
You want to say something before you respond?
Yes, Honorable Chair.
You are very much allowed.
And I'm going to this document, and maybe just to put the Honorable Chair and members at ease. When I came here for consultation with Council, we have told him that I have, in substantiating what Nkabinde was saying, I have even access to WhatsApp messages and documents emphasizing the point. That was during consultation between him and Advocate Mkhwanazi. And I was with my counsel. 2, it was in that meeting that I also sponsored my relationship with Ket Matlala. I told them up front that there is this thing and I know this person. And I explained the circumstances, how we met. Now, the first document, the WhatsApp messages, which is contained as part of my initial affidavit, they are on page, what is it? They are part of the bundle, it's annexure 30. So, they were here when I was here. The only thing that happened now, because we did not include the McBride Sarah Jane WhatsApps. After Honorable James went into those, because there were issues that I wanted to flag, which I'm not allowed to do because I'm not allowed to go through my affidavit. I then included them as part of the supplementary affidavit. And I said that supplementary affidavit purely carries documents, including the documents that were responding to people who were here, Ramalepe, Ramulove, and Malachi. Those documents, this is responding to that. So, but to close it, Chair, that's why my response was, I got them through the same way that you got them. These are part of the records of our affidavit that served before the Zondo Commission of Inquiry. In my submission when I started, I said, just like General Mkhwanazi, we had submitted to the Zondo Commission of Inquiry affidavits. General Mabula, who was the lead investigator in this matter. Now, in this matter, I'm referring to the same matter where Sarah Jane Trent was arrested, where allegedly she was kidnapped. Now, it's very strange in our country that when you arrest someone of a certain complexion, it is kidnapping. But when we arrest everyone else, it's arrest. So, Sarah Jane Trent's cell phone was taken, and I'm using the word loosely, taken during her arrest. And the due processes were followed by the investigation team in terms of having information retrieved from that phone. Because it's a phone that was used for the commission of crime. And the crime we are talking to, case 12 of 1/2017. We still want to know what is happening to that particular docket. I was told I'm going to get answers, even by the evidence leaders. I still don't have. So this is where these SMSs, WhatsApp messages are. So, Chair, I can't help it. If they were in the Zondo Commission of Inquiry, if they are part of the supporting affidavit, I don't know why I must be fingered. But I take ownership for this, because in here I included the affidavit of General Mabula and Brigadier Ngube, who were the investigating officer in this particular matter. And this is part of the evidence. Just like I was talking about the Section 70 evidence, which is there. Similarly, this is evidence. And one day, when there is justice in our country, and that case is being brought back before the court, these are part of the evidence that will be led. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Just for the record, I deny that during consultations there is a transcript, and we'll find it, that General Phahlane alerted us to these WhatsApp messages between McBride and Sarah Trent. It was raised in the McBride evidence, and issues were raised about them at the time. As far as the supplementary affidavit is concerned, I would invite General Phahlane and or his legal team to make available to us his affidavit before the Zondo Commission of Inquiry, and to see whether these WhatsApp messages are indeed attached to that affidavit. I'd be most surprised if it was the case. The affidavit, the main affidavit, the 165-page affidavit, and the supplementary affidavit was entirely the work of General Phahlane and his legal team. We had no hand in it, but I want to record, because he's sitting here and I'm looking at him now, my colleague, Advocate Samanga. I said to him, because we debated this over many days, whether we should make a joint affidavit, because we were not satisfied or happy with a 165-page affidavit. At the end, we agreed. You put your affidavit before this committee, but I'm not bound. The evidence leaders are not bound by what's in the affidavit, and we will ask questions, especially raised by other witnesses. So I will also now leave it there, Honourable Chair. I asked a question, General Phahlane, that your dismissal arises from the Itemba tender.
Honorable Chair, I've answered that question many times, and I'm on record to say I'm not going to engage any further on it. It's a subject of the Constitutional Court process.
So I will also put it to you that it arises from the Itemba contract. And if we look at the forensic reports which has been placed before this honourable committee and that you have, it has absolutely nothing to do with either McBride or O'Sullivan or Trent. It has got to do with a tender that went wrong and that you were found ultimately to be responsible. And I'll move on to my next
Chair.
question.
Am I allowed to answer?
Honorable Skosan.
Chair, I'm going back again, Chair, because this document, which I think all the members, most of the members here have spoken about, was given to us and were not given by the witness. The witness gave it to the Secretariat. If these documents are illegal, they were not supposed to be given this document. It's it really is an indictment to us. This is an indictment to us. I mean, how can we have this? And then we are told it's this thing, perhaps there might be some issues about it. Then it means all the things we're questioning about there are illegal as well. It's not fair, Chair, that we are finding ourselves in this mud. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Nomban.
No, Chair, once again, I want to reprimand what the Senior Counsel is doing. You can't put a proposition to a witness and say, let me move to another question, without affording the witness an opportunity to reply. Because here we're not making statements. You put a proposition and allow the witness to respond. Because it's not a statement, it's a proposition. No one is in possession of conclusive evidence here. We're testing evidence. So don't come here and make conclusive statements and say your dismissal was not as a result of influence of McBride and Paul O'Sullivan, and just pass to another question without affording the witness an opportunity to reply. Chairperson, I don't know how many times we must raise this, but the hostility must end. If really the Senior Counsel has emotional issues against the witness, he must withdraw and allow his colleagues to lead evidence. Because he is not doing well. Senior Counsel, you are being emotional, unnecessarily so. And we're not going to allow that. This is our committee. We are not going to allow you to show this hostility to witnesses. We will never allow that to happen. Not under our watch.
Honourable Chair, in all fairness, I did put to General Phahlane that his dismissal has entirely to do with the Itemba tender. He said his response was that the matter is now before the Constitutional Court and is not going to answer. And then I put to him, in a totally unemotional and neutral manner, that I put it to you that if it's got to do with the Itemba tender only, it has nothing to do with the three persons that are mentioned. There's absolutely no emotion in putting it to the witness, and he can respond. General Pashla,
Thank you, Chair. I have at no point attributed my dismissal to Sarah Jane Trent, or what is it, Robert McBride, or Paul O'Sullivan. At no point. I'll really be glorifying them. So, lastly on that issue, I think I'm very clear on where I stand, having taken legal advice. Chair, this matter, which consumed so much of my time before the committee, where I was not allowed to traverse my affidavit, is before the Constitutional Court as we speak. I've already answered questions to that regard. Now, I'm going to just, in conclusion, read something which actually struck me, and maybe this thing comes too far, and I'm not going to say much. Here is a response that I get from senior counsel following submission of my supplementary affidavit, in which I only attach documents. He writes, "Thank you for the supplementary affidavit which we will forward to the committee for its attention. Please note that we will not be bound by this affidavit and will, in our discretion, ask additional questions and also supplement the evidence bundle with additional documents." And that's precisely what happened here. Chair, I came and I'm leaving without having been allowed to go through the affidavit that I had. The only time that I was able to go through the affidavit was when I was responding to questions. Questions raised based on documents and affidavits which are not part and parcel of my affidavit. But who am I? I'm just a witness. And I guess that's how it is. Thank you, Chair.
may I proceed, Chair? Thank you. General Phahlane, again, if we could just agree some pretty trite, factual submissions, it would help. There are two, and perhaps just to clarify for the Honourable Committee, we're talking about two Kameeldrif cases. There's the one complaint against O'Sullivan, Trent, and IPID when they visited your place, and the other one is the Kameeldrif case, where they complained about Mbalula, the Northwest General, his task team. That matter was dealt with by Judge Tuckton, and you have annexed that judgment to your affidavit. Is that right? And the other case, the other Kameeldrif case, where you complain against O'Sullivan and Trent and IPID members, that's the matter you say you're still waiting to hear what's going to happen with that case.
You are incorrect.
Okay, so perhaps let me then finish, and then if I'm incorrect, the Kameeldrif case, the one involving the complaint against O'Sullivan and Trent and IPID members, that's the one that's now been pending for 7 years. That is the one which had been struck off the roll in terms of 352A or something like that of the Criminal Procedure Act, and was struck off the roll. Of course, it doesn't mean the case has gone away. It can still be revived. And we are getting Advocate Mashuga from the NPA here to explain to us what happened in the case, what is going to happen, and what perhaps are the next steps. We don't know. The other case of that Judge Tuckton dealt with is when an interdict was sought against the Northwest team to interdict them from arresting or taking what was described by the applicants, McBride, them as unlawfully harassing them and so on. And in that case, I can read it back to you if you want to. The judge recorded that you had in fact not participated in the case because you gave an undertaking that you will not be involved any further in the matter. And that's in the judgment.
Am I allowed to respond, Chair?
Yes, you can respond.
Yes, of course, General Phahlane.
It is incorrect to suggest there are two cases at Kameel-Drift. General Mabula has no case registered by anyone against him at Kameel-Drift. The Judge Tuchten's judgment, which was an attempt to interdict, was to interdict them from concluding they are continuing with investigations against IPIT. And which investigation? Against IPIT and O'Sullivan and Sarah Jane Trent, and that is case 12 of 1/2017. Judge Tuchten never interdicted anyone. For your information, to the Honorable Committee, at a point where the matter was argued in court, it was General Mabula and them who were the respondent, and then IPIT were the ones who initiated the matter in court. And then the National Commissioner and the Minister were cited in that particular matter. Both the Minister and the National Commissioner undertook to abide by the decision of the court. Surprisingly, when the matter was argued in court, somewhere the late General Mfazi was canvassed and he came with an undertaking, which undertaking served before the court, while there in the beginning there was an undertaking to abide. And the undertaking was these members will be removed from the case because the allegation was that it's a counter-investigation. And Judge Tuchten was very clear. He said, I am dealing here, I just want to settle a legal issue. And that's where he said, in the IPIT Act, there is section 25, which is saying, if, for example, an IPIT member is under investigation or investigating a matter where he or she has got interest, he must report to the executive director. So Judge Tuchten then said, it will be wise to have such a provision in the Police Act. To date, there is no such provision. That is how General Mabula and them were withdrawn from that particular case. And that case moved from one person to the other. That's why we are talking of a matter which is stalling for all these years. Despite the fact that when they stalled it, Advocate Mashuga will be here. They were applying, or they had applied for racketeering certificate because of what was happening, including these WhatsApp messages that are in there. So, Chair, that's where we are with this matter. I can't accept the version of the SC. It's truly misplaced.
I'll just read to you, General, from the judgment of Judge Ducton, paragraph 8, which is on your annexure MRR-28. Broadly, the applicant sought a declaration as to what would constitute an...
Where is it? So, sorry, Council. Where is it? In which?
It's
I think before you proceed, let's
in
agree.
your
let's ag-
annexures.
SC, let's agree that in the next 10 minutes, you are concluding. Yeah.
MRR-28. It's the Tuckton judgment. And I'm reading from...
But, Honorable Chair, I'm requesting to be told where in my affidavit is it?
Where is this MR8, the Tuckton judgment? It was also next to the annexures. That's MRR-28. What was it in the? Was it in our bundle? But they also included it in the bundle for today, the Tuckton judgment. Chair, because of time, may I just read this, and I'm reading from the judgment. The applicant sought a declaration.
But, Honorable Chair, there is unfairness on my part. I'm asking where is the document? I don't have it.
I'm asking my colleagues to just locate the document, Chair. It's a Tuckton judgment which has been referred to even by General Phahlane during the course of
before
today.
you do that, Honorable Skosan.
Thank you, Chair. And I guess the 10 minutes we will take it, Chair. But I wanted to raise something, Chair. You know, it will sound or looks like the SC is defending Paul O'Sullivan, Robert McBride, and Sarah Tritri. The way this conversation between himself and the general, it doesn't give confidence, honestly speaking. Chair, the 10 minutes will take, but I can tell you, I mean, some senior SC will really talk to the off record to the SC. Honestly, you know, ever since the last 15, 20 minutes, the way the conversation goes, it doesn't instill confidence. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah. Look, he is well within the terms of reference. If he's probing because he wants to adduce evidence relating to corruption within the SAPS, he is well within the terms of reference. You know, my biggest worry is that since General Phahlane came here on the first day, we are unable to move out of the courtroom. That is my biggest worry. We have been in the courtroom from the first day. We have been in the courtroom this afternoon, and we are still in the courtroom now. As you move towards concluding, Advocate Arends.
Chairperson, I'm afraid that does happen, even in a hearing of this kind, when there's a dispute over what constitutes the facts. None of what I'm putting to General Phahlane is an ambush or should come as a surprise. I've just been reminded by my colleague Advocate Mkhwanazi that this judgment was made available to General Phahlane in hard copy when he first testified. and it was at their request was subsequently emailed to them. So,
Okay, before we proceed, let's take Honorable Sauls.
Chair, we must protect the integrity of this committee. My understanding is that the SC is supposed to lead evidence. So whatever he's talking about has to be in front of the witness, because that's the purpose of consultation. And so we cannot run away from the fact that even if the SC doesn't call it an ambush, but it's an ambush. The witness should have been informed, we are going to use this because we're leading, and in cross-examination, because it seems like the SC has chosen to do that too, he should be transparent and fair to the witness. The witness should know, he should lead and cross-examine, but in a fair and a transparent way. Otherwise, it will come across that this committee is not fair and we have chosen a side. And I urge you, Chair, to protect the integrity of this committee. Thank you, sir.
You are making a very valid point, Honorable Sauls. What is the document to which we are referring the witness to?
you're asking a question, Chair?
Yes.
It's a judgment by Judge Tuckton.
Does the witness have...
And the judgment, I had said a few minutes ago, the judgment was made available to General Phahlane when he last testified. I think it was on the 16th of January. It was also emailed to them. And it relates to matter that he raises in his affidavit. There's no ambush, there's no unfairness. He deals with the capture of iPad. He deals with what he describes as the Phahlane task team at page 85 of his affidavit.
Yeah, Honorable Sauls.
These matters are all relevant to the terms of reference, Honorable Chair.
That is not under dispute. What Honorable Sauls wanted to ascertain is whether the witness has that document at his disposal now.
You are 100% correct, Chair. And for the integrity of the committee, seeing that it was sent the last time, can the document just be retrieved and given to the witness? Then we know the witness has it in front of him, as he can continue, and the integrity of our committee is preserved.
Honorable Chair, for the sake of time, I think we also need to be, integrity equals consistency in one's approach to witnesses. We had a situation where a batch of WhatsApps was put to a witness without that witness having sight of it. No one objected. I couldn't object. We couldn't object. At the end of that exchange, when the content of those WhatsApps were communicated to the whole of the country and all the voters and people who voted honourable members into Parliament.
This is not correct. The SC is now making it look like...
Yeah, SC, I think that we are going to stop the proceedings here.
Chair, but senior counsel has to withdraw, Chair.
No, honourable members, we do not conduct ourselves. We are leadership. We are leadership, honourable members.
No, we sit here quiet, you're just quiet. No, and it's not the first time the senior counsel comes here and makes political statements, Chair, and you sit there, and then you have to wait for us to call him out
The
on
committee
it. He must
agreed-
actually just
agreed
leave right
that,
now and we must dismiss him.
The committee agreed that
No, it's wrong.
any member who has evidence that they want to pass on to the witness will do so through the legal team. And that is why this morning you saw when we were engaging, before engagement with Mr. Apollo Sullivan, members came here with documents and they presented them to you. That's what happened. The information that members have used today here is an information that has been provided by the legal team. And they use that information to question the witness. So we don't like it when we have to make judgments on your statements. And I think it's fair that you should help us so that we are not seen to be undermining you and not attaching any value to the work that you are doing to the committee. We very much respect you, and we have said it many times that when we look back where we come from, we look back with admiration on the work that we have done up to so far, and we are now trotting towards the finishing line. We are left with only 2 weeks of these proceedings. And it's very possible that we can safely arrive at the finishing line. And we want to work together, hand holding each other by the hand to arrive at the finishing line. And that's exactly what we must do. Honorable Souls.
Chair, we always respect and appreciate your wisdom in these matters. We do. But at this juncture, we've been trying to preserve the integrity of this committee. And for the SC to say about us that we are not impartial, that is wrong, and Chair, you must call him out on it. And the SC must withdraw that statement. He made it publicly about us. That statement the SC just made says to the country, our senior counsel believes that we are acting unprocedurally here. He should correct it today and immediately, Chair.
Inconsistently. That's what you said, SC, that we must be consistent. We have been consistent in our work as the committee. And remember, we also have housekeeping meetings where we box each other as committee members to say, this is how we do our things. The last meeting we held was this Monday, because from time to time we evaluate, we assess and evaluate how we do our work. But let me say this to you. When General Phahlane appeared for the first time before the committee, you had the whole day with him. The whole day, the first day. And then he came back today from 2 o'clock. You requested 2 hours, we gave you. And members asked him questions. The list of members has been exhausted. It's almost an hour now since members have finished asking him questions. And I think now we are at a stage where we should conclude these proceedings. if there is anything that you want to say or any question that you want to ask, it's going to be the last question.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much.
Chair, you must withdraw.
I'll come back, Honorable Source. We need to give the SC chance to...
Why are you lenient on the SC, Chair? The SC has hampered our image. Why are you delaying requesting him to withdraw? It's wrong what he did.
Yeah, no, I agree with you.
May he please withdraw?
He must
Chair.
withdraw the statement that he made about the committee.
Honorable Chair, with due respect, I didn't make any disparaging or disrespectful remark about the committee. Not at all. I'm afraid Honorable Saul's is not correct in his recollection of what I said. What I did say was that the Honorable Committee should be consistent in its approach to the witnesses, and I made an example of the emails, the WhatsApp, sorry, that were produced
by Honorable James.
By Honorable James in relation to Mr. McBride.
Yeah.
That is the comment.
And what we are saying is that you must withdraw that statement because you were in our meeting on Monday, you heard what the committee said. We are consistent.
Chair, if the remark, which is based on a fact, is disrespectful and disparaging of the committee, then I would unconditionally withdraw it.
No.
Otherwise, Honorable Chair, I've...
earlier during the day, we requested General Phahlane to withdraw a statement. And he said, I withdraw unconditionally. So can we withdraw that statement unconditionally?
Honorable Chair, that's what I said. Yes, I said I withdraw it unconditionally.
Honorable members, I know it has been a long day. Can we give the advocate chance to withdraw the statement unconditionally?
Honorable Chair, honorable members of this committee, I withdraw the statement unconditionally.
Thank you so much. Your last question to General Phahlane.
I don't have any further questions, Honorable Chair.
General Phahlane, do you have any comments that you want to make?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. I just want to place it on record that I was invited to assist this honorable committee with the work the committee is supposed to be doing in investigating whatever transpired in the South African Police Service and maybe broader. But my focus is solely closer to home, the South African Police Service. I place it on record that I am bitterly disappointed with myself that I was not able, of course not with a fault of mine, I was not able to place my affidavit and the issues contained therein before this honorable committee. I of course accepted the responsibility that I have to answer questions, and I have done so to the best of my ability. For reasons beyond my control, parts of my affidavit were deliberately skipped, and I did not experience what I know is leading a witness. I was subjected to interrogation. Unfortunately, it can be considered to be leading of evidence, and I'm hurt that this will happen to me in the People's Parliament. Let it not happen to anyone else but me. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Matthias.
Chair, just to close, I think Lieutenant General must know that the reflection of this committee is not only the evidence leader. So we are members of Parliament, and the fact that we've had this discussion shows that there was a sense of fairness in you presenting over here, because we did not allow it. The fact that we've had very heated engagements on there. So when you leave here, I don't think it's fair for you to say that you leave here without you being heard and that you were not protected by members of Parliament. Thank you.
Honorable Nhlanhla.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Chair, we would have seriously observed the proceedings in light of ensuring that there is progress. And I believe that it is important that we put it out there that there is no verdict on anyone in these proceedings in any aspect that would have been led either by members or by the evidence leaders. There is completely no verdict. We are going to assess on the committee deliberations all forms of evidence that would have been submitted to the committee. It's not for us now to either try to project anyone to have been right or to have been wrong. It's important that we run this inquisitorial process in a manner that is dignified, that reflects that we are a parliament of the people. If out of our actions, General Phahlane feels that there are elements where he feels that he would have felt oppressed and congested by pressure from us, we do apologize. We are trying the best we can to ensure that there is impartiality in the process. We are going to deal with all other issues relating to what he has submitted in some of our housekeeping meetings. Thank you very much, Chair.
Honorable Souls.
Through you, Chair. General Phahlane, I just want to be clear on the record. I do not apologize for my session with you. I studied your affidavit and asked you and probed you based on your affidavit. So, and I was impartial. I merely focused on the content of your affidavit, and I will not apologize for that. I've done my work as a committee member for the benefit of our country. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. General, this committee had allocated you 1 day from the schedule that we adopted. We have allocated 1 day. And when we met with you, you raised this matter that 1 day will not be sufficient. And the committee agreed to that request that we will get another day. We will come and continue our engagements with you. And what these honorable members are saying is that all the witnesses that have appeared before us, there is not even an iota of evidence presented before us that has been evaluated so far. We are still in the process of gathering evidence. We will, at the end of the proceedings, sit in a series of meetings to evaluate the evidence that individual witnesses would have presented before us. And we will compile a report that will be going to the National Assembly. But remember, if we make an adverse finding against you, we are going to share the report with you before we finalize it for your comments or any other statement that you may want to make. So we want you to live here with that understanding and confidence that we are doing our work in good faith. We are doing our work with utmost integrity. And we want to thank you so much for your time, yourself and your legal team. And we must also thank the evidence leaders, because your affidavit was one of the longest affidavits ever. But here we are today at the conclusion of our engagements with you. As we release you, I'm going to request members to remain for one decision. The decision that we need to take, I want to check with honorable members if we want Mr. Robert Paul O'Sullivan back here. Honorable Nhlanhla.
Yeah, Chair. I think it's common cause that his evidence was not complete. So there is no doubt that we want Mr. Paul O'Sullivan back to appear in this parliament. And as part of actually showing that parliament is not a shebeen, you don't behave anyhow you want. We must actually ensure that the dignity and the decorum of parliament is not eroded by such conduct and such behaviors. So we want to set an example with Mr. Paul O'Sullivan. He must speak, he must come back here. So we suggest, Chair, that we write a letter and schedule a date for him, failing which, and the date must just be next week. Tomorrow is Friday, by Tuesday, he must appear before us, failing which we are subpoenaing him to come and appear. Thank you.
MKP.
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. Chair, Paul O'Sullivan must come back to the committee, but we are making a further submission because we have been reliably told that for his previous appearance to this committee, he claimed a lot of money from Parliament. He claimed 90,000. He slept in a 6-star hotel. Whereas there is no witness who has ever booked for themselves in a 6-star hotel. So that money must not be given to him up until he comes back to the committee. Where we have a problem, Chair, where we have mixed emotions, maybe the legal advisors or our legal team can advise, is on whether we should write a letter to him or subpoena him, because the manner in which he has left the house, Chair, warrants a subpoena, in my understanding. We can subpoena him because of the manner in which he has left, because if we write a letter to him, remember the clause that has been read to us, that says, if a person has been summoned, then you can lay a criminal charge if he contemns Parliament. Now, if he comes back, or if we invite him, we're running out of time. If we invite him to come and he doesn't appear, or he comes and misbehaves, we're not going to lay criminal charges right on the spot because he would have not been summoned. So my view, unless the legal team suggests otherwise, our view is that let's subpoena him to come here because we do have a right in terms of the law to subpoena him. That is our position, Chair. But we agree that he must come back, and if the law was permitting, we're going to say, let's lay criminal charges against him for what he has done.
You know, because we earlier agreed that they must give us an opinion. Let's stick to the decision whether we want him to come back or not. Do you want him to come back, Honorable Kalabanat?
Chairperson, that's not up to me, it's up to the evidence leaders. The lawyers must decide if they want him back. I'd just like to point out he had not been subpoenaed, and he apparently had told, which I heard him mention a number of times, that he had to leave at 1 for an aeroplane. So he didn't say anything about his own private plane. He obviously had a ticket to go somewhere. So as far as I could see, he didn't break any law, but that's up to, I mean, the ruling is he had not been subpoenaed, and so he was here of his own volition, which he was the last time. He flew back to the country specifically to attend. So I think it has to be left up to the evidence leaders. There was like one question, as I think was still going to be asked by the evidence leaders. It's up to them to decide whether they need him to come back to do that. I don't think he would need to be subpoenaed to come back to answer one question. Thank you.
Yeah. He is appearing before the committee, not the evidence leaders. That is why I'm circulating amongst you as committee members to hear you, what your decision would be. I mean, the evidence leaders, Advocate Mkhwanazi, I asked her, did you finish your question? She said no.
I thought the members had finished, which is why I proposed that. Thank you.
The witness had left before the evidence leaders could finish. Honorable Matthies.
Chair, yes, he must come back. He was not relieved from this parliament. So even if there was one question, he must come back to answer that question. And then the matter, we all know he wasn't subpoenaed, but he was in contempt of this parliament because he walked out before he was released. Just like any court you will not walk out on a magistrate or a judge before you are officially released, plain or no plain. Arrangements or no arrangements. So we must not come here and sugarcoat what that man did. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Sangon.
Yeah, thanks. Chair, I agree with the prevailing view in the House, and I also agree with your suggestion that we must get that legal opinion. But I do want to say that Mr. O'Sullivan has committed an offense is common cause. Because if you read the Powers, Privileges and Immunities Act, while it speaks about duly summons, the section speaks about witnesses. So he has committed an offense. He is liable to a sanction for that offense. Inviting him here is only merely, in my view, the first step towards deciding whether that sanction should be imposed on him. So I don't want it to come across by inviting him, we are downplaying the fact that he has committed an offense in this parliament and he has broken the law, which is the Powers, Privileges and Immunities Act. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Skosana.
Thank you, Chair. I want to emphasize as well that, Paul O'Sullivan, the contempt of Parliament arises when a conduct of unlawful interferes with Parliament in the performance of its constitutional functions. The Act provides us as well. We should not shy away from that. The concept is therefore not limited to disorderly behavior in this chamber, which he has done. Failure to comply with summons in case he doesn't even want to do that. In fact, for me, we should not even invite him to come here. We must summon him.
You support that he must come back?
I'm supporting that because the powers and privileges we have to do that, Chair. He has to come and answer. If you remember, Honorable Malema, when he was still here, Mr. Paul O'Sullivan, he said, we are going to have a bite. Even after that. So we didn't confirm, as Honorable Panat is saying, we didn't conclude that. And in fact, he must come and answer why he left this parliament. The integrity of this parliament has to be protected. This, what it costs today, it undermines And it will set a bad precedent in this country, that we have somebody who've got 3 passports, who can just leave us here as if we are fools. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Sols.
Oh, Chair, we must send a very, very clear message that if you're in contempt of our duties or our processes, we will deal with you. We must also not be emotional. We must focus on procedure. And by him coming back shows that we are not emotional, we are about the work that we do. But we must be very, very strict on not allowing contempt. There is a sanction, of course, based on the Act, Section 13. But I want to say, Chair, if it is true what Honorable Nomvalo has said, that he has slept in 6-star hotel and it's 90,000 and he's claiming break from Parliament, if that is true, Parliament should not pay what he spent. Parliament should only pay what they've paid other witnesses or paid for other witnesses. So if another witness, Parliament spent 5,000 rand on another witness, they must only give him back 5,000. It's not our business that he spent 90,000. So we must be very clear about that, Chair, because otherwise we would have been treating him different than other witnesses. But I do agree that he should come back. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Honorable Wessels.
Thank you, Chairperson. I agree that Mr. O'Sullivan's conduct was unacceptable, but I do want to caution us against coming across being petty. If it's a serious violation or transgression of the Act, then just having him come back is not enough. And if it's just to answer one or half of a question, that's a little petty for actually a serious offense. Chairperson, maybe we should consider getting the advice before we really consider what action we take, because maybe the sanction and implementing the sanction is better than just bringing him back. We shouldn't come across petty. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable James.
Thank you, Chair. I think he must definitely come back, but I'm a little bit concerned because we cannot possibly follow the same process as before and expect a different outcome. Mr. Paul O'Sullivan has shown us on several occasions who he is and what he's capable of. If we extend an invitation to him just by means of a letter, he comes here voluntarily, he acts up, bag full of tricks, and he walks out again, and we look like idiots. We need to have a different approach this time in terms of how we get him here, even if it means we drag him here, we subpoena him here, and we show him who is in charge here. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Sopa.
My colleagues already covered me, thank you.
Okay. Honorable Sokanyela.
Thank you, Chair. He must come, Chair.
Okay. Honorable Shongwe.
Chair, for me, Chair, ngithelelele petrol ngambe ngevan ngiyomlanda. This person must be subpoenaed, Chair. My worry is one. I said this last year, Chair, ukuthi uPaul uzobaleka in this country. I worry, Chair, if we treat him soft and ask him ukuthi sicela ubuye again, and he says no, then we have an option to subpoena him. We are taking it right, Chair. This guy has 3 passports. Number one, if we take his passport in South Africa, he can still exit South Africa with the Dutch or Ireland passport. So, Chair, we must be very, very strict and similar to South Africans, because South Africans because this thing what he did is very, very wrong and undermining umthetho walache. So I don't agree with Ugumbiza. I agree with the Chair that he must be subpoenaed so that he understands what asidlali lache. As much as Chair he can say he came on his he was willing, he came willingly. That doesn't mean he can leave at any time. Chair, when you come to Parliament, you make time and you open time for a Parliament. Look at the General, usahleli namanje usilalele sikhuluma ezinye izinto. That means we are hlonipha. So it's not about us, Chair, it's about South Africans. We are here because of a vote of South Africans. We must respect that. Paul Sullivan said his safety yakhe is not 100%. He can't come here and all that. But when he left here at Delela, he left here without even thinking of his security. He even drove himself out of here. So we must not consider such nonsense, Chair. He's busy calling us rubbish and stuff here. The guy undermines us, and the chairman angithi simsapone, simbizela ngesapone. We must not call him to or ask him to come here. We must subpoena him ezela.
Okay. Advocate Arensa.
Honourable Chair, honourable members, what Mr. O'Sullivan did today is totally unacceptable. It would otherwise be unparliamentary and be subject to whatever sanctions the House imposes in such circumstances. We did, and my colleague Advocate Mkhwanazi did have some questions left for him. So it's also in circumstances where his evidence has still not been concluded. So from the evidence leader's viewpoint, he needs to come back to conclude his evidence and then deal with the issue of his walkout. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Honorable members, the unanimous agreement here is that Mr. Paul O'Sullivan must come back and appear before this committee. I think when you were drafting the statement with him, Advocate Mkhwanazi, he knew the questions the way they were lined up. And when you started asking those questions, he knew where you were going. And there was no other way to escape from the proceedings. But look, you know, when I was at a primary school, there used to be a short story with the heading, a thankless snake. If you know how we were very sympathetic towards him the last time when he was in pain. And it is a slap on our face. He was struggling very bitterly, and all of us sympathized with him in many ways, going even to an extent of putting him in our prayers. That whatever pain he has with the fire of the grace, that pain must be lessened or that pain must vanish. And today he came and spitted on our face. He came and spit on our face the way he did. So we agree that he must come back. And number two, members are also saying that there is an offense that has been committed. When the legal team generates that opinion, that aspect must not miss. And on the logistical aspects of it is that there are claims that he has submitted, so the Speaker and the administrative authorities of Parliament will be advised on such matters as the committee has raised them. So let's be reminded, honorable members, that we are a constitutional democracy. South Africa is a constitutional democracy. No matter how angry we may be, whatever administrative action we take, it must pass the test of reasonableness. It must pass the test of rationality. It must pass the test of fairness. It must pass the test of justification. Because if it does not meet those standards, we are going to find ourselves with an egg on our faces again. Reasonableness, fairness, rationality, justification. And for us to justify a subpoena, we must prove that a reasonable action has been taken before we arrived at the decision to subpoena the witness. And the reasonable action we are going to take, honorable members, is the same laborious and tedious action of engaging with the witness, including writing to him to inform him that the committee wants him to appear before it on a particular date. Failure to abide, the committee will be justifiable in whatever action it takes or whatever application it makes. Because we can be animated, but at the end of it, logic must still prevail. So we have had you, the short meeting that I had with the speaker, she said that you are coming to me here to tell me how the witness left the chambers, but you are not telling me what the decision of the committee is. So go back to them and ask them if they want him to come back before them, because where we stand, we are still surprised as Parliament how a person can just stand up and walk like that, especially when you are watching from television. You just see a person standing up and walking from the chair. Not if you know the last time when we were at Good Hope, occasionally he will come to my table, say, Chairperson, what time do you think we can finish? Yeah, we had that type of conversations. And I looked at him, you know, I was dumbfounded, because he's not the kind of witness that I knew from the previous 2 days that we had with him, when he was always coming to my table to check what could happen. I think, and the appeals that he would occasionally make to the chair to say, Chairman, even today when he wanted to leave, I think he could have just shouted and said, Chairman, can I please be allowed? And then we hear what members are saying, and then we release him the same way we did last time when we discussed and agreed that let's release him to go and rest. And he wanted to come back at 5 o'clock the following day. But we said, no, let's have time. You will come back on a date that we will agree with you. Even now, Mr. Tejana and Advocate Arense, together with those other members of the team, let's start to engage him, but we must make sure that tomorrow he receives our letter that we want him to appear before us. Honorable members, Honorable Matthias, yes.
Just one thing, I just want us to be very clear, yeah? The issue of him coming back
Yeah, he's
is
coming
one
back.
issue. The other issue of contempt of Parliament is a different issue.
Yes.
So we must not think that him coming back, whether we summons him or whatever, is not going to deal with the
doesn't
issue
cancel
of
that.
contempt. Because you said the Speaker just asked you whether he must come back, not about what are we going to do about the contempt.
Yeah.
So I just wanted clarity. Thank you,
The-
Chair.
The rest of the aspects, the Speaker also relies on the advice of the Parliamentary Legal Services that will be given to us. Yeah. Thank you so much, honorable members. Before you leave, this weekend is a weekend where the Republic comes to a standstill when the the former spokesperson, your team is no longer in the PSL.
Yeah, but I mean, one day has beaten both teams.
No.
Thank you.
I'm saying that the two teams that you were spokesperson to, Mpumalanga Black Aces and Supersport United, are no longer in the PSL.
Asrik is there.
So you are like me. We Makwele Real Rovers and Ria Stars are also. So enjoy your weekend. Enjoy your weekend, honorable members.
What time are we meeting
The
on
proceedings
Tuesday, Chair?
are unfortunately adjourned.